way there. Keep in mind, local crews and police activity are going to be on the roadways, so move over and slow down. And your local traffic light could be out, so use that intersection as a four-way stop. If you see traffic troubles, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm James Birmingham.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. To our Florida neighbors, your Lowe's community is still here with you. As you recover after Hurricane Milton, lean on them for help with cleanup and repair. Visit Lowe's in-store or online to find out about relief efforts in your area and to get emergency supplies now.
Real Radio wants to provide you with the assist for your holiday shopping by putting $1,000 in your hand before the holidays. We're talking about $1,000 13 times a day. Simply listen for the keywords to win $1,000 weekdays from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Take that keyword and enter it on our website, realradio.fm. Whether you do that on your phone or computer, we don't care. What we do care about is that you answer your phone from a number you most likely will not recognize when they call back the winner, because that's how you get $1,000 in your hand. This contest sponsored locally by Mills Air.
Mills Air, been in business since 1992. That's over 30 years. Carrier factory authorized dealer. Rebates up to $1,275 for brand new Carrier units. Turn to the experts. Carrier. And you can always turn to the experts at millsair.com.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, Premier Men's Medical Center will get your sex life back in just one visit. Their painless, breakthrough medical treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Premier Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Premier Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments will restore your sex life regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. Plus, you'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients will have their testosterone checked free. Call 407-337-5569. 407-337-5569. To regain your sex life in just one visit, call now. 407-337-5569.
Buying a house or selling yours? The Nickley Group makes it as easy as ABC. And 1, 2... Oh, and fast, too, because the Nickley Group can get a guaranteed cash offer on your home today. Just visit thenickley.com.
It's Oktoberfest season in Central Florida, and the Filatowski Eye Institute wants you to see every detail of the celebration. For over 3 decades, they've been helping Central Florida residents experience life's joys with crystal clarity. Imagine seeing all the festivities without worrying about lost contacts or foggy glasses. With their 24-month interest-free financing, LASIK is on tap for you this October. Text 1041 to 868686 now for your free LASIK consultation at the Filatowski Eye Institute, and raise a glass to clear vision.
We've all made questionable decisions in life, like that time that you frosted the tips of your hair. But hiring an attorney shouldn't be. I'm Orlando attorney Mo DeWitt, and we offer a 100% satisfaction guarantee on all injury cases. If you are not completely satisfied with the way we treat you in your case within the first 30 days, you can take your file back and you owe us nothing. No fees, no costs, and no questions asked. Injured on the go? Just call Mo. Visit justcallmo.com.
Do you have AC needs? Turn to the experts at Carrier. Go to millsair.com.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Because your case matters. Contact them at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS-FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Real Radio has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. WIN. W-I-N. WIN. Enter it now on our website, realradio.fm. Good luck.
Someone's going to get offended. It's just the way the world works. So to hopefully save everyone a little time and or energy, here's this. The opinions that you hear are those of the host and callers, and not those of iHeartMedia, its management, or advertisers. Are now listening to the Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1.
That's right, guys. Here we go on a Monday edition of the Jim Colbert Show. Thanks so much for tuning in. We appreciate that, as we do every single day. We do have a good program for you this afternoon. We'll get you caught up on what's happening out there. Devil do that at 3:20 with Woke News. 4 o'clock, it's our buddy Brandon Kravitz. He drops by for sports.
talk the NCAA, UCF football. We'll talk NFL football as well. 5 o'clock hour, it's trivia. Tons of cool stuff, including one of the coolest things we've done in quite a while. We'll tell you about that in a minute. Plus, Ray Trindley drops by. We'll talk to Ray. Hadn't talked to Ray in a couple weeks either, so get caught up on him and see what he's doing. Plus, you heard it here first. Your calls, texts, and talkbacks, and 4 opportunities for you to win $1,000. Welcome to the program. I am Jim. To my left, my lovely and very dangerous co-host, Ms. Deb Roberts.
Hello there.
Straight ahead, producer Jack Bradshaw.
Good afternoon.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us, 77031. Find us easily on social, Instagram and Facebook at The Jim Colbert Show. On Twitter, just at Jim Colbert Show. And, of course, all day, every day at JimColbertLive.com. Your 3 o'clock keyword is WIN, W-I-N. Go to RealRadio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000 win, guys. That is your 3 o'clock keyword. Go get that money, and we do hope you win. How you guys doing today? Everybody good?
Exhausted.
Yeah, man.
Exhausted.
Yeah.
Mentally, physically, I'm just...
Yeah. I felt myself...
I'm good, by the way.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm fine.
I felt
Well,
myself...
that's because your Yankees won.
Walking down the hallway of my house after the power came back on. I'll tell you that in just 1 second.
I was going to say, because you know the audience is on pins and needles wondering when that happened for you.
And I just kind of froze solid in my hallway and just had to kind of stand there a minute and like catch myself because, you know, just last week, I forgot what day it was.
Right.
If you heard the promo today, I was like, living without power sucks. First things first, a big thanks to everybody out there who is, out there working on power lines, going from house to house.
Thank you, guys.
You guys are the greatest.
Thank you.
Had to come up to my house a couple times. Had to bring a truck onto my property to fix my next door neighbor's power because it was out everywhere. And we lived in a really unique block of homes where it was just us and like maybe 7 or 8 or 10 other homes were affected. So we were on not really the last of the list, but they did get around to us. We only made one complaint because we're not those people who are like, power's still out. But it was out for 3 days, and we figured a phone call would be good. So we did remind
them that you're there.
Resubmit the outage, and it just turned out a couple hours after that, the Duke convoy was out in front of our house and had us dialed up in about an hour. So I was out of power from Wednesday at 7 o'clock in the evening until yesterday afternoon around 12:30, just in time for football. And that's why that guy got a hug. A big wet one, super big wet hug.
A wet hug?
Yeah.
He's all sweaty.
But I was there when he threw the switch because here's what I did: I was working on my tractor all day, clearing trees. So I know. But I turned on my porch lights just so that when I was making a trip from backyard all the way back up to the front to put it in the debris field that now has to be picked up by the county, that should open by Christmas. That I would see if the lights are on. And just so it turns out, I was out dropping off a load of debris when I watched the guy throw the breaker and I wheeled around the corner and saw my lights on, sprinted to the house to turn on the AC.
And take a hot shower after working on your tractor?
Turned it on 61 and left it there about 4 hours. Figured out about 3 days of no AC to make up for. So we turned that blanker down real quick. Man, a wonderment. Man, living without power sucks. I was talking to you guys before the show about it. And I think the thing that sucks about it the most, by the way, how long were you out, Jack? Couple days?
Day and a half. 36 hours. Enough to keep everything in the fridge.
Yeah, good for you, dog.
Exactly. I'm not going to take that chance. We were about 36 hours. We got it back by 8:30 Friday morning.
Okay, so you guys were back by Friday, by the weekend and stuff. I think the thing that sucks, and of course, I'm just speaking for myself. I know there are people out there still without power up where we are, dealing with flooding, people in North Carolina dealing with having nothing. But, because you understand what life is like with it, right? And then you don't know when the absolute date is. So what you do is, in that time, your entire life revolves around not your daily needs, not your daily job, not your work, not your kids, anything is, when am I going to get electricity back, right? Because that becomes your thing. And because you don't know, it makes it that much worse. Like I was telling my wife, if I knew it was never coming back, I could acclimate to that lifestyle and I wouldn't be freaking out about it. Like I wouldn't be so upset that you don't have it. But because you know it's coming back, because your neighbors have it, you have to drive by people that have it on your way home. That's the thing. It's that anticipation of it coming back was the worst. Anyway, for me. But it's back.
Yay.
Everybody's good. And I think most people, we had a big lawn thing planned, some redesigning of our house stuff. And we called him this morning because he said we're about 3 weeks out, about 3 weeks ago. And I knew that they were going to be behind because this is kind of the thing they do is removal trees and stuff like that. And I called him this morning, and when he picked up the phone and I just said my name, he just went, "Oh, sir." He's just, "Oh, sir." And I was just like, "Buddy, look, just give me a call next week." And he said, basically our business has changed from landscaping and doing stuff to keep, yards beautified through this wonderful time of year that we're experiencing right now.
Right.
It's basically turned into removing trees from people's property, off their cars, off their homes, blocking their driveways. And he goes just from job to job to job to job to job to job. It's endless, endless ticket of jobs to do for those people. So congrats out there for all you guys helping out. That's awesome.
Yeah, because, Chris finally got home Saturday morning, part of the EOC for the city of Mount Dora.
Yeah.
He and his team worked 54 hours in 4 days.
Jeez Louise.
54 hours in 4 days. He slept all day Saturday.
Yeah. The crew that helped me out, it was a crew of about 4 guys, and they had been working long hours too. But I did not feel sorry for them because they're going to rest on a bed of cash. As soon as these 2 weeks are over, a bed of cash.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Still, out there working 16, 18 hours, getting people's electricity back up. And if you're lucky, you've got a hotel room or
sleeping on a cot.
You're sleeping on an air mattress.
Oh, man. That would be extra surly.
Oh.
These guys, look, considering all that, they were very sweet.
Yeah, they
were.
Because
if I had just come on to the job off of an air mattress, it would not be, "Hi, how are you?" It'd be like, "Where's your electrical box?"
Right, exactly.
"Where's your meter?" It would be that, and that's it. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. I do have a bit of a legal issue to talk to Ray Trinley with about a little bit later in the program, because I do need to find something out. And look, we can take the audience's pulse on this if we want to, but I do have a unique scenario.
Okay.
Like a lot of people here in Central Florida, I lost trees during the hurricane, right?
Oh. Is it about where those trees landed?
Yeah, Deb, it's about where they originated, too. Oh, damn that eastern wind! I have 2 gigantic oak trees that fell from my yard into someone else's.
Ooh.
Now, the big positive here is that it is an empty lot. Like the guy owns the lot, and he's had it manicured. The trees are still there, but nothing's being built on it. He's got no trespassing signs on it. He obviously doesn't want it developed, but here's my issue. These are gigantic trees. They are fully vested giant oaks that my little bitty steel chainsaw would probably chew through, but it would be like a really young beaver. It would take it a really long time.
Very young beaver.
And then even then, I don't know how long it would take me to tractor all those sections out to the edge of the road going up that stupid hill of mine. So I guess the question I'm asking is, what is the timeline on that? I could understand if the tree was blocking his driveway or if it was in his house.
Oh, the timeline for getting it removed.
Right.
Yeah, 2 to 3 hours.
Shut up, Jack. God, one of the many reasons I dislike you wholly
Thank you.
Come on.
And Jack is in that world where now every day it's a different Yankee something, which is so annoying.
I save all my Yankee gear for the playoffs.
Oh, we know, dude. We know.
Today's the authentic Derek Jeter jersey.
Anyway.
Home, because they're playing at home.
Anyway, back to the trees. I got to figure out what the timeline is on this thing, because eventually this guy's going to come knocking and saying, WTF, buddy, what's going on?
Well,
but I think I got to head out off at the pass and maybe go over there first and explain. Obviously, these are gigantic trees. Everybody's busy.
Exactly.
Please be patient while I try to do my best to get rid of this. I mean, even if I went and started cutting on the stuff that was just on his yard, it would take me a good 2 weekends to get it all whacked down. It took me 2 full days of nothing but chainsaw and tractor time to get the trees that weren't gigantic oaks that fell on my property out.
And that's the problem. That's the problem with the timeline, with him being demanding in any way, is that, the help you're going to need to get those 2 trees off your property, they're all a little busy right now helping other folks get big trees off their property. So even, when can you even schedule that?
Yeah, I got to tell you, you can't rent the chainsaw or anything anymore. Did you guys try to buy a rake? You think gas is hard to find? Go buy yourself a rake right now. And when you call me from Macon, effing Georgia, when you find one, please send one down. UPS, I'll pay the shipping. My God almighty, dude. Anything that resembled a rake was gone everywhere. Now, you can get all the gas you want.
Yeah, so that's
gas is plentiful now.
That's what I've been.
You can't find a rake anywhere in Central Florida, dude. They were all gone. Every iteration of rake, with the exception of the most stringent, like garden rakes, those claw rakes.
Right.
Oh man, you could have sold them for $100 a piece. $100 a piece. Everything that looked like a rake.
Oh man.
Oh my God, you couldn't
I don't think
find
we need our rake
because
anymore.
we went to do the debris thing. We had to wind up calling friends that had them. That did not lose their power, didn't have bid to bring them over so we could rake our yard.
Where's the rake from the last house?
Jack,
what?
Stop asking questions.
You had grass.
Jack, I do not want to hear this. You know why? Because my damn wife asked me to sing a damn question. Where's our rakes? Where's the garden stuff? Yeah, I don't, you know what? I don't know. We've moved 133,000 times in the last 6 hours. I don't know. I don't know where any of it is.
The 2 rakes I have are at least 20 years old. I've had them at least 20 years.
Yeah,
Jack. They came with me to this house.
Yeah. I am not that, Jack, not that lucky, buddy. My rakes hopped on a train to Wisconsin or something. I don't know where they are.
Do you need me to lend you a weed whacker?
No. So that would be the greatest irony of all time. You mean the one I gave you?
Yeah.
The one I need now because my other one's broken? That one, Jack?
When you moved into your city 4-story, not a duplex, but whatever it is over there in Baltimore.
It's a quadplex. Put some respect on my spot.
Quadplex.
I did
like a movie theater.
We do have a bunch of cool stuff to talk about today. I had a really unique evening Friday. I got to spend Friday evening, at least for dinner, talking to 4 people who live, breathe, eat, work, and everything in China. My wife, one of the factory envoys from one of the factories my wife works with, came over from China to spend a week here to do a convention and everything. And I get to I sat and talked to him for a full hour and a half using Google Translate. I will tell you, it's the best 2 hours I've had in 2024.
Oh, wow.
It was freaking awesome. I told them I would buy you dinner and drinks for the remainder of your week if you just sat here and talked to me about what your life is like, and I can share what mine is like. And it was fascinating. I'll tell you all about that a little bit later as well.
Wouldn't it be fun if it was a culture that didn't understand exaggeration?
I learned a lot about Translate, but I have to tell you, much like here on the show, when I run up against a word that's a challenge and Jack gets that buzzer ready, I have to tell you, the soundtrack of the evening would have been buzzers.
Oh, Jack.
As I worked my way through Chinese. I learned a lot about the culture, though. I'll tell you all about that a little bit later. Deb, news?
Yeah, we're going to talk about the Trump campaign not viewing the Coachella incident as an assassination attempt. President Biden tours areas hit by Hurricane Milton, and we're going to tell you who the halftime performer for this year's Thanksgiving football game is going to be.
Really?
Yeah, we'll talk about that and more coming up next during Woke News.
You got it. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. By the way, you can leave a talk back. Go to realradio.fm. Get the iHeartRadio app. Go to Real Radio once you get it. Use that microphone to send your comment over to Jack. We'll get you on the air. And again, your 3 o'clock keyword is win. 407-916-1041. Back in a sec with Deb's News and more of The Jim Colbert Show.
You might not have many friends, but we definitely don't. So, hey Alexa, play Real Radio 104.1 on iHeartRadio.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
Traffic is moving well for the most part this afternoon on I-4. Just your usual delays to report east and westbound by Celebration and near the beach line. Expect some delays as well on Florida's Turnpike northbound, just north of 192 for those approaching the Greenway. If you see traffic problems today, make sure to call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Today, we're the largest injury firm in the world, and I'm thankful to you for trusting us all these years. We'll always be here for the people, not the powerful. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You know, guys, not a big secret that the real estate market is changing and booming right now more than ever, and with your home being the most valuable asset out there. That's why you need a real estate company that's always one step ahead of the market, whether you're buying or selling. Of course, that is the Nickley Group. They sell homes on average for 6% more, and they sell them twice as fast as well. Also, clients on average save $24,000 when they purchase a home with the Nickley Group. And now with interest rates lower than they've been in 18 months, your buying power is now $70,000 to $80,000 better than it was just a year ago, and September just set the record for the highest average sales price in Central Florida. So take advantage of the Nickley Group now and use them to find that dream home. And by the way, don't sleep on their website at thenicklygroup.com. You can get your guaranteed cash offer. That means no showings, no open houses, and you can close in 14 days. Get your home valued instantly using current market data, or list your house on the market. You can do all that at thenicklygroup.com. Download their free buyer's guide packed with useful information about home buying and selling process. It's thenicklygroup.com, guys. NICKLEY group.com.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, Premier Men's Medical Center will get your sex life back in just one visit. Their painless, breakthrough medical treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Premier Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Premier Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments will restore your sex life regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. Plus, you'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients will have their testosterone checked free. Call 407-337-5569. 407-337-5569. To regain your sex life in just one visit, call now. 407-337-5569.
Connection, opportunity, possibility. It's what we all want. Spectrum has built a world where anything is possible, with products and services designed to work better together for a seamless connectivity experience. A connection to family and friends, a connection to education, and a connection to new opportunities. So there's no limit to how big we can dream. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
Get your lawn ready for fall with help from Tools Ace Hardware and Steel Outdoor Power Equipment. Stop by one of Tools' 11 Steel locations with service and repair centers for a tune-up on your equipment. Or take advantage of fall savings on blowers, trimmers, and more. Right now, save $50 on the gas-powered MS250 chainsaw or the battery-powered BGA 57 handheld blower. At Tools, we service what we sell, which means you can bring in your Steel Outdoor Power Equipment to one of our 11 locations for any repairs or warranty issues. Tools is here to help with 13 locations in Central Florida. Visit toolsacehardware.com to find a location near you. Tools Ace Hardware, your local helpful place.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
So this new dose is... nope, that's not it. The price is nowhere to be found.
Mr. Green? Hi, it's all good. We've got this.
This is not just help from a Walgreens pharmacist.
Oh, new prescriptions. Cool. Let me check to see if these are the lowest cost options covered by your Medicare plan.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
This is someone supporting you every step of the way. Chat with a pharmacist today to find help saving. This is the human kind of help. Walgreens.
Brought to you by the Capital One Venture Card. As a founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports Network, Capital One wants to help you follow your favorite athletes, wherever they're playing. With the Capital One Venture Card, you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every day, and use those miles to visit arenas across the country. Plus, earn unlimited 5 times miles on hotels and rental cars booked through Capital One Travel. Your next epic sports trip is closer than you think. The Venture Card from Capital One. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
You've heard of a pro tip. Here's a mo tip. After an accident, the insurance company may make you a quick offer to go away. They may also be offering you pennies on the dollar. Injured on the go? Just call Mo. Mo DeWitt, Orlando attorney.
Mills Air in business since 1992. That's over 30 years here in Central Florida. They're not going anywhere. Carrier factory authorized dealer. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier. Equipment changeouts and upgrades right now with up to $1,275 in rebates. Visit millsair.com.
I'm Cheryl Swoops. And I'm Tarika Foster Brasby. And on our new podcast, we're talking about the real obstacles women face day to day.
Because no matter who you are, there are levels to what we experience as women.
And T and I have no problem going there.
Listen to Levels to This with Cheryl Swoops and Tarika Foster Brasby on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Levels to This with Cheryl Swoops and Tarika Foster Brasby and start listening.
Trust the leaders. Fast windows and doors. Go to fastwd.com.
You probably don't know this or care, but we have web goals. So go to JimColbertLive.com and look at stuff.
Should do that next. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show. Real Radio 104.1. Don't forget your 3 o'clock keyword is win. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance of that $1,000. We've had a couple winners here we'd like to add on this week. It'd be nice.
We would. Come on.
Post-hurricane, everybody needs that grand. So go and get win. We want you to have that $1,000. Welcome back. I'm Jim. Jack is right over there. And Deb has your news.
And now, it's time for Woke News. It seems like kind of a misuse of the whole woke on the Jim Colbert Show.
All right, and Woke News is brought to you by that mortgage guy, Don. The Trump campaign says the man that was arrested outside the former president's rally in California was not attempting to assassinate him. That's according to Fox News. Police said Vem Miller tried to pass a security checkpoint with loaded guns and multiple passports with fake names in his vehicle.
Oh, by the way, I think with a hand-drawn license plate.
Miller, who was released on $5,000 bail, told the Las Vegas Review-Journal any notion that he was planning to assassinate the former president is, quote, ridiculous, end quote. The FBI, Justice Department, and Secret Service have all said Trump was, quote, not in any danger, end quote, at the rally.
There you go. I also read that he kind of oddly knows the Trump family. Like he claims to have had conversations with Don Jr. and Eric, and has been in at rallies with the president before. It's a really unique story.
Yeah,
when you start reading, he's part of something like the sovereign citizen movement or something, where they all have they hand draw their license plates because they don't lean on the government for anything or something. Right, except for those roads that got you there. Leaned on them for that though, didn't you, dog?
All right. Meanwhile, President Biden says those impacted by recent hurricanes will get the help they need. He visited Florida on Sunday to tour St. Petersburg, one of the hardest hit areas. Biden called the catastrophic damage, quote, a hell of a deal, end quote, and announced $612 million in federal funding for 6 Department of Energy projects here in the Southeast.
That includes $47 million for Gainesville Regional Utilities and another $47 million for Florida Power and Light. This funding will not only restore power, but will make the region's power system stronger and more capable.
And, of course, massive cleanup and recovery efforts continue after back-to-back strikes from Hurricanes Helene and Milton, and the power is still out for many in the Southeast as of last night. Hundreds of thousands of customers in parts of Florida were without electricity after Hurricanes Milton and Helene blew through. Duke Energy says most customers should have their power back by Wednesday. I know Jack just keyed in earlier and let us know that about 5,000 or fewer folks here in Central Florida are still without their power.
Correct.
Meanwhile, in North Carolina, crews are working to restore power to some areas devastated by Helene after the storm initially left over 1 million customers in the dark. And real quick, talking about North Carolina, FEMA, because this is what they need, is temporarily pausing aid in parts of North Carolina for Hurricane Helene recovery after threats to emergency personnel.
Who would threaten the emergency personnel?
Ashe County Sheriff Phil Howell said that FEMA's personnel in the mountain region were receiving threats, which led to the agency taking precautionary steps.
Okay.
FEMA's locations in Ashe will be open during normal hours today as it assesses those threats, because the former president saying that FEMA's withholding aid or that money's being skimmed off and being,
Jesus.
So now they're getting their threats of violence.
So lying could have negative effects.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And all those families up there that just want to get
Need
their
help.
lives back.
Need help.
Yeah, exactly.
Need
they
help.
just want to get their lives put back together. All right, while many Floridians are still dealing with power outages and long gas lines, Florida's Chief Financial Officer Jimmy Petronas says, unfortunately, thousands also lost their cell service.
There's 50,000 utility workers that have responded to the storm. But the cellular companies, They just don't put those type of resources into the restoration process. And I call them out. If you don't want to step up with the resources, then you know what? Maybe you need to go back to being a regulated industry.
Ooh, those are fighting words. Now, Petronas says Verizon Wireless suffered catastrophic failure in Polk County, while T-Mobile and AT&T did not. He says Verizon has almost completely restored service after he called the company out.
Wow.
Well, there.
Yeah, all right.
All right.
Got to flex sometimes, I guess.
I guess so. All right. Florida homeowners and renters who had uninsured damage or losses caused by Hurricane Milton are reminded you may be eligible for FEMA disaster assistance. President Biden again over the weekend approved a major disaster declaration for 34 out of Florida's 67 counties and ordered federal aid to supplement state, tribal, and local recovery efforts. There are several ways to apply for assistance, including online at disasterassistance.gov. Help is also available from the Small Business Administration, U.S. Agriculture Department, and the American Red Cross. All right. I don't want to do this one.
Yes, that sigh is always a bad sign, but go ahead.
I don't want to do this one.
Fire away.
Just days after the 1-2 punch of Hurricane Helene and Milton, forecasters are monitoring another disturbance in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. National Weather Service Miami meteorologist in charge, Robert Moleda, says the disturbance has about a 50% chance of developing over the next week.
A lot depends on where the system would do after the next 7 days, whether it's going to continue west, whether it's going to go north. We're very unclear at this time.
What is a sure thing is a cold front coming through midweek,
Blair.
which is going to give Florida slightly cooler and breezy weather.
I think next Thursday is supposed to be like the high of 71 with the lows in the 50s. Get out of here.
No, that's awesome. First blast?
Yes.
All right. Portions of Central Florida are issuing warnings for drivers.
Okay.
As they deal with flooding from Hurricane Milton. Lake and Seminole counties are reminding motorists to not create a wake when driving through water. Officials say all vehicles should travel at idle speed if they're within 100 feet of a shoreline, even if it's a temporary shoreline.
Right.
If assistance is needed to pass through flooded areas, first responders are on standby, but a lot of homeowners are like, D-bag, slow down, because every time someone drives through fast, creates that wake, and then that water comes right back into your house again.
Yep.
All right, school districts impacted by Milton are announcing their plans to resume classes. Hillsborough, Pinellas, Pasco, Polk, and Sarasota County schools will remain closed for students Tuesday. Most of the districts hope to reopen by Wednesday. I haven't gotten any word on any local districts yet, but 100 Hillsborough schools still don't have power, and more than a dozen still have standing water.
Wow.
Citrus County schools reopened today. Students will have 3 makeup days this fall, including Veterans Day.
Well, there you go.
I know Mount Dora Middle, big old oak tree took out part of their fence.
Really?
On their field, for like their soccer field.
Wow.
So still a lot of cleanup going on.
Sure thing.
And that includes Florida is the major juice-producing state in the country. And unfortunately, Milton is jeopardizing the industry. How much do you think the citrus industry in Florida is worth?
Man, I saw something. I didn't see how much, but I saw something about the ass kicking it took because of the storm.
But Jack leaned in to go first.
Yeah, no, I leaned in to say I didn't know we still made juice.
It is a fledgling business.
I thought we cut down all the orange trees to strip malls.
Seriously, if you drive through my neck of Central Florida, they're gone. But yeah, no, it's still a very.
What do you think, Jack?
What am I guessing?
The number. How much money is
money?
Yeah,
so I'm guessing money here. How much we're down, or the industry?
How much is it worth?
Yeah, how much is the industry worth here in Florida?
17.
Say it. No, 17 billion. I think that's a little hot. I think that's a tiny bit hot. I'll go. How can I do it where he can't be even close to me? I'll go 7.5 billion.
Oh, points, Jimmy. $7 billion.
There you go, baby. Get in there. Start it off with a dong, not at Diddy's.
A new federal report projected a 17% decline in citrus production for the current season, and that was even before Milton struck.
Yeah.
Due to citrus greening disease and the impact of previous hurricanes, saying, listen, the oranges look great. They were just about ready to be harvested, but not quite yet. And Milton came and knocked them right off the trees.
Remember when the hailstorm rolled through and caused the damage to the tobacco farm over there at Corona, the FSG farms?
Yes.
And they also took a little bit of a ass whipping from this because I guess tobacco doesn't like a lot of water. It needs some. I don't really know about it. I know it's a tough crop, but I saw that Jeff Borswitz, the owner, wrote on Facebook that their crops had taken a little bit too much water and they were assessing the damage.
You just hate to hear that.
Yeah, man, you do.
Because if you remember, wasn't it, I believe it was Hurricane Andrew that blew citrus canker up to the middle of the state.
Something like that, I remember.
Citrus greening.
Cool. Yeah,
citrus greening or citrus canker was an issue for South Florida orchards, but then all of a sudden it blows north and now it's everywhere. All right, in other news, a woman accused of murdering her boyfriend is going on trial today in Orange County. Sarah Boone's 42-year-old boyfriend was found dead in a zipped-up suitcase in their apartment 4 years ago. The 47-year-old suspect originally claimed he zipped himself inside the suitcase when he was drunk and they were playing drunken hide-and-seek. Now, though, she's going to argue battered spouse syndrome. Boone is charged with second-degree murder and could get more than 20 years if convicted. Jury selection began this morning. And in the meantime, Boone may have a hard time winning acquittal. Lawyer Mark Nejame isn't involved in the case, but he has experience defending murder suspects. He says most jurors don't buy the battered spouse defense because they wonder why the suspect didn't just leave if the relationship was that bad. Nejame also tells the Orlando Sentinel, this is where I think she's just dead in the water, cell phone video from Boone's phone of her taunting the victim while he's begging her to let him out of the suitcase definitely will not help her case. And jurors will question why she went to bed while he suffocated.
Look, I think we all kind of understand what's happening here. She's just trying to extend any semblance of freedom that she has, even though there isn't much. But, she understands what happens when all of her games play out. She just goes and gets locked up and nobody hears from her again. And she's just trying to lengthen that time as much as possible. That's all that's happening here. Costing everybody money.
Right.
She's guilty. It's pretty obvious. All the evidence points towards that. Martin Nejame is an accomplished attorney. He's seen it before.
Right.
I mean, if you just read the evidence, it's pretty obvious that she is responsible for that dude's death.
Yeah, and not a very sympathetic defendant at all, especially when you hear, 9 attorneys.
Right,
All right, this is really cool. The biggest spacecraft NASA has ever built, the Europa Clipper, lifted off from Kennedy Space Center during the lunch hour today atop a Falcon Heavy rocket.
3, 2, 1, ignition. And liftoff. Liftoff of Falcon Heavy with the Europa Clipper, unveiling the mysteries of an enormous ocean lurking beneath the icy crust of Jupiter's moon, Europa.
Engine chamber pressures are nominal.
The spacecraft will try to determine whether Jupiter's icy moon, Europa, has the conditions to support life, but don't hold your breath. How long do you think it's going to take for the Europa Clipper to travel?
God, okay, hold on now. Oh, my goodness. If I try to remember how long Voyager, I thought it was like 6 or 7 years to get to, I'll go 8 years.
I'm going to go 8 years and a day.
Did I get shod?
No.
Oh, it's less.
It'll take 6 years.
Yeah.
I'm actually happy about that.
You know what? Don't stop cheering for me when I win. I hate it.
No.
It's very patronizing. I don't care for it.
Listen. Oh, if you don't care for it, I'm going to continue it.
Exactly. Why are you giving up?
However,
I don't care for it. Give me a ding. Give me my ding.
I'll get to it.
Ding.
I'm cheering because I'm glad it's going to take less time for us to make this scientific achievement.
Yeah, isn't that great? 6 years.
Send me to the dingy party.
For the Europa Clipper.
You're listening to the Jim Colbert Show.
There you go. Much better, Jack.
To travel the 1.8 billion miles to reach Jupiter. And here's the cool thing. They don't have enough fuel on board.
Right.
What?
So they're going to slingshot with Earth and Mars, and they're going to use that to pick up speed because they don't, it can only carry so much fuel.
Sure.
But in order to reach Europa, so they're going to slingshot it around Earth and Mars using gravity to.
It's an engineering marvel, actually, when you read about it. They're trying to see if that Europa has.
Well, they know it has an ocean that sits underneath an ice.
Yeah,
so they're going to try and make up the geology of the planet and figure out if it's habitable.
Inhabitable, yes.
Or habitable.
It's inhabitable, right?
Inhabitable.
Inhabitable.
Jack, you owe yourself about 40 buzzers.
No, I'm not saying inhabitable. I'm saying habitable.
Yeah, it's habitable. All right, finally, something decidedly more earthbound.
Banana nut.
Turns out country music star Lainey Wilson.
Lainey Wilson
will be the halftime performer for this year's Dallas Cowboys Thanksgiving game. In case you're not familiar with her music, here's a little taste.
We're a
She's got one of those.
Sunday, alongside the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders. The reigning CMA and ACM Entertainer of the Year also teased a surprise. A special guest will be joining her on stage.
Was that during the Cowboys' big win yesterday?
Oh, my God almighty.
The Salvation Army's Red Kettle Kickoff halftime show marks the official start of the Red Kettle fundraising campaign. The Cowboys will host the New York Giants in what has become the most watched regular season game of the year. This used to be the Packers and the Lions.
Right. You're right. This is the time of year you get to practice not making eye contact. Because every time you walk out of a store with the Salvation Army, if you give early in the season, the remainder of the month, you're just trying not to make eye contact. It's the same thing with Boy and Girl Scouts when they're asking for money for their baseball teams and whatnot. You just got to not make eye contact. I gave it the office. You got to come up with your list of excuses for the Salvation Army.
Why don't you just give them the money?
I do. I give it to them in the beginning of the season. I do it when they first come out, but I'm not going to give them money every time I walk out of the store. I give them a big donation up front, and I'm good. Well, I pay it all up front.
Instead of this, quote, big donation.
It's a big donation.
Why don't you break it up? And
I don't want to do that. I don't have to do it the way you want.
No, you don't have to, but then you have to look at them.
I put $20 in the Salvation
I love winding you up.
Keep singles in your car. And always, every time you go in, give them $1.
No.
You'll do it 20 times over the season.
I'm not doing it that way.
He'd rather just avoid that.
No. You could look like a hero 20 times.
No, I'll tell you what I do. This is what I do. I put a 20, I fold it up, and I put a 20 in it. As I ring that bell, I'll call them over here. And I show them that 20. I said, you remember my face. You tell everybody I did this. I said, you tell all your bell ringers I did this, all right?
I want credit.
I want bell ringer credit for this. 20 bones right here. That's your boy right there.
Give me the ding.
Right. This is not some pissant change I'm dumping in there. That's 20. Crispies.
And now you all are officially woke.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. All right, back in a sec with more of the Jim Colbert Show. Crispy 20.
This weekend, Real Radio 104.1 smells like the 90s. Classic alternative this weekend on Real Radio 104.1.
From the Cool Today Weather Center, cooltoday.com.
I'm Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner with your Fox 35 Central Florida forecast. In the Orlando region today, we're going to top out around 87 degrees, mostly sunny skies. Kind of a warm afternoon, but not as humid as it's been in recent weeks, obviously, with all that tropical air around. Tomorrow, highs pushing 90, but there will be a 30% chance for isolated gusty thunderstorms. That'll usher in some much cooler weather for the end of this week. In fact, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, upper 70s to around 80 with lows at night in the low 60s.
This report is sponsored by Norton 360.
October is Cybersecurity Awareness Month. While multi-factor authentication is another step to stay cyber safe, Norton 360 offers the cyber protection you need to protect yourself from today's sophisticated threats. Get up to 58% off at norton.com/secure.
A noisy garage door is a cry for help that often requires only simple maintenance. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello from A1 Garage Door Service. Don't wait until a simple garage door repair becomes a major problem. Call A1 Garage Door Service today.
A1 from day one.
Is it a cold, allergies, or could it be a sinus issue? Aspire Allergy and Sinus can help you find out. A recent study has shown that 45% of patients who suffer from allergies also suffer from chronic sinus issues that are often left untreated. So ditch those nasal sprays and over-the-counter meds for good and find a solution that actually works. The specialists at Aspire Allergy and Sinus make it easy by identifying the problem and creating a custom plan to tackle it. Go to aspireallergy.com to schedule your appointment. That's Aspire Allergy fastwd.com.
Victim of a slip and fall? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar and Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Mark Anajar, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In Office Orlando. Attention. If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 689-305-2853. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 689-305-2853. That's 689-305-2853.
Marijuana is scientifically proven to be safer than alcohol, but casual marijuana users are treated like dangerous criminals. It's time for a change, and law enforcement officers across Florida agree. Here's Bradford County Sheriff Gordon Smith with more.
Using marijuana doesn't make you a bad person, and it's time we stop ruining lives over it. I'm a Republican sheriff, and I'm voting yes on Amendment 3 for safe, tested, regulated marijuana for adults. Amendment 3 will get marijuana laced with Chinese fentanyl off our streets and save countless Florida lives. With more funding for law enforcement to crack down on the real criminal, it's time. Vote yes on Amendment 3.
Amendment 3, legal marijuana for adults, safe, regulated, lab tested, and from a store, not the street. Get the facts at yeson3.com.
Paid political advertisement paid for by Smart and Save Florida, 1400 Village Square Boulevard, Suite number 3321, Tallahassee, Florida 32312.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations for you to explore right now, like Coffee Shop Radio.
Bad habits lead to you. Yeah, they were all yellow.
Just search Coffee Shop Radio and listen now on your free iHeart app. Free never sounded so good.
Gold demand is hitting record highs, but supply may not keep up. I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your retirement savings from a chaotic world. To learn how to diversify your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals, text the word SHELTER to 989898 for a free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold Group. That's SHELTER to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
What's the best place to reach new customers for your business? Wherever they are. And that's exactly where you can be with iHeartMedia. We talk to our listeners everywhere, from the car to the gym to the kitchen. Your next customer is listening. And not only can we get your message to your audience, we can also show you how it's working in real time. That goes for broad brand messaging and targeted hyperlocal influencer campaigns alike. Start growing your business today by calling 844-GET-MY-AD. That's 844-GET-MY-AD.
Hey, welcome to Total Wireless. How can I help you?
Oh, my phone is panicking. It thinks I'm trading it in.
No worries. At Total Wireless, you get 50% off the Total 5G Unlimited plan when you keep your phone.
Really? 50% off and I get to keep my phone? Wow.
Yep, that's as low as $25 per month for one line when you sign up for AutoPay.
Visit your Total Wireless store today. Restrictions apply. Compatible device required. Available exclusively online and in Total Wireless retail stores.
Real Radio is on Facebook at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Hey, so apparently Facebook is still a thing. Search gym members and join our group.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1, 407-916-1041. Text us, 77031. When is your 3 o'clock keyword, WIN? Got a few minutes to get over to realradio.fm and send that away for your shot at $1,000. Win. That'll do it, guys.
Get you some money.
Welcome back. I am Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Jack is here as well.
I am.
Still reveling in the fact that the power is back on in the house after 3.5 days. For you guys who are not experiencing electricity back at your house, you have my deepest sympathies, and I pray for you every hour. It sucks. And thank God this weather's cool, though. That's the big plus.
Oh, you're so thankful when it does kick on again, and then you just get used to it right away. And
immediately.
You fall into your rhythm of, sitting there Sunday watching the games and stuff, and, just loving life.
That's exactly what happened. Matter of fact, at one point, Jack went, damn, it's cold in here. Turn the AC down so far.
I got the little, the tap on the shoulder reminder right before I left for work. The power just went off. Like, I waited, and 30 seconds later came back. It was enough where you have to reset the clock on the stove and the microwave.
Everywhere.
Yeah. But, it was one of those, probably, they're doing repairs still for other people in the neighborhood.
Oh, sure, yeah.
The number was just under 5,000 still without power, just in Central Florida.
And that's only 5 days after the storm, so that's pretty cool.
I think that's really good, actually. They told pretty much everybody in Lake County they would be up and running by midnight last night or this morning or whatever. Yeah. And as far as I know, the crews, after the major re-upping of the electricity for the areas that were affected, I think they were just kind of going around to the individual places who had filed, a complaint or just said basically, hey, look, our power's out, and just fixed them one by one. That's exactly what it looked like. The roaming crews came around. They drove down. They assessed what was going on. They called the trucks over for what they needed, and within an hour, we were up and running.
I bet you understand in a deeply personal way now, Jimmy, why they used to have to pay people to move to Florida back in the 20s and 30s. When there wasn't AC,
Yeah. And then here's the other thing. Somebody said this earlier, and again, this story we followed last week in regards to Milton. The river is still rising.
Yes.
One of the big stories is up in Astor. They are experiencing, and they know it's coming even more so, the rise of the river and to flood levels, moderate flood levels, possibly major for Little Wekiva. But, if you don't have AC and, do you guys all have screens in your windows?
Yes.
All of them? Well, believe it or not, in our house, there are a couple that are out for some reason,
Right.
maybe just something we haven't fixed yet. But, with this standing water, and thank God it's not as hot, but, mosquitoes have become an issue now, with the bugs in the standing water. That's become an issue, and you have to sleep with those coming in your house. But I have to tell you, I didn't have one mosquito this weekend. I didn't encounter one mosquito since that time.
I pulled a fat one right off my neck last night.
Really?
Yes.
It's funny. I would have said no, except late this morning, I'm sitting on my couch and I just by my ear.
The most annoying sound.
No.
No. You're like, and then you
swing at it. You think,
I know.
That did it.
Here's the thing. I'll swing so hard. I'm like, there's no way it avoided that. I literally, I've been talking to myself like, there's no way that mosquito escaped that death swat in 5 seconds later.
I don't think I'm hitting it. I'm trying to create a hurricane force type
There you
wind.
go. Here's your own Milton.
Just move on.
This is so we can spin out of control.
Well, they had yesterday, there were about 60 homes in the Emerald Lakes community in Claremont that had to be evacuated yesterday.
Yeah, I saw that because of that water rising. What body of water is that, by the way? In Claremont, it wasn't. It's.
I know in Claremont, it's got
to be one of the lakes out there, because the river doesn't run near Claremont, I don't believe.
But anywhere like Astor and all of those areas are still bracing for what's coming with the St. John's, and that's still weeks away from really kind of.
Yeah, they. I read this morning it's still rising out there, and again, as people get their power back, a number of those road grids out there there's a neighborhood called Lake Harney Estates or Harney Heights or something like that. And man, you know it's bad news when you pull off of already low Highway 46,
right?
And it goes down like 9 feet before you hit level, and you're like, oh man, this is not good.
This is not.
And they're dirt roads, but they're never dry. That's another bad sign.
Yeah.
Like the water table's right there. Like you could dig a well by hand. It's and then the littlest amount of water.
And that's what they said with the Emerald Lakes in Claremont. The power companies are the one who said you can't let these people stay. These homes have power, and the water is coming in.
Yep.
They got to go.
Yeah, somebody was saying, and they just laid eggs, so give it a few days.
True, with all that water.
So all that water, that's when they start laying egg like crazy.
Here, somebody else texted this. Did you guys find yourself doing this as well while the power was out? You'd still flip switches?
Oh, yeah.
You walk into a room, you flip the switch, you're like, damn it.
I did that for about a day, and then afterwards I was just so angry I didn't want to move my hands.
It's funny because as soon as I got home, because my wife and daughter were there for a while without power before I got home from the station, so the first thing I said, are you guys still flipping the switches? And they're like, no, we're pretty good. And then I caught myself later walking in my office going, teep. I'm like,
Yeah. The other thing, too, is during the flickering, before the power finally gave it up, my AC was kind of going a little wacko, and the thermostat was showing some questionable information up there and stuff. Like, it never really, it didn't show this stuff before. It was like speaking Spanish.
Right.
It was kind of weird how it was doing it, right? Because we have one of those Google things. And my wife, when the power came back on, she wasn't home. So I texted her. I said, "Hey, we've got the power," type thing, right?
Right. How do I say turn on in Spanish?
And she said the first thing she said, she goes, "Well, check the AC because it was flickering really bad right before the power went out. I don't know if it was the AC or it got struck or something." And at that moment, I thought to myself, if this power's on and my AC is broken, I'm burning this house to the ground. I am literally going to light a fuse and send it into the attic. I'm just going to step off to the side. Because
laugh while it burns.
What's the use of having power if it's not to power AC in this state? What's the use?
Lights?
I got a generator for my refrigerator. What do I need that for? I need AC and AC only. I was like, it wouldn't have felt like a win had the power come back on and then my AC was dead. That's a no-win scenario.
Correct.
Yeah, but those old school Floridians, who grew up without AC, like I was telling you, my neighbors across the street, like her grandmother would never turn the AC on in the summertime.
Same thing with my grandmother's house.
Windows.
Yeah, that's it.
Just open the windows.
That's great in the winter. But in the summer, you can cook cookies on the dining room table.
No, I don't. If I'm going to sweat like that, it's going to require dinner and drinks.
Yeah, exactly. Right, 407-916-1041. Did you guys see the hurricane-proof neighborhood? Do you guys remember reading about that about 2 or 3, 4 years ago? There's a guy who wanted to move to Florida, but he didn't want to risk any of that stuff, so he started this little neighborhood, and I forget the name of it.
And so do I. I remember seeing the story, and every storm that comes through, I think, I wonder how they're doing, and I never look it up.
They killed it, by the way.
In a good way?
No power. Now, some of them evacuated because of the storm surge. None of the properties were damaged. They never lost power. No damage at all. But the houses cost like about 50% more to build when you build them that strong. With the windows, with the block, the way they're tied down, the way they're poured.
It's everything. It's every aspect of it is designed to withstand these storms.
It's called Hunter's Point, and it's in Cortez, Florida.
Yeah, something like that. And a guy came down and he started this little neighborhood and he wanted it to be, his name is William Fulford. He moved from Virginia Beach. And he wanted a new waterfront development. He did it in 2023, by the way. It's between Sarasota and Tampa Bay.
Yeah, it's Manatee County.
Exactly. Hunters Point Community, Pearl Homes, built to be the first net zero single-family home development in the U.S. So not only are they very efficient, they are also basically hurricane-proof.
And they're beautiful, too.
Yeah, nice houses. You don't really suffer anything. I think a lot of people believe when you build a house that's impervious to weather like that, that it has to be ugly. Not the case.
Nope.
All the beautiful homes I saw in the Dominican Republic were built to withstand Cat 5 hurricanes, and they were all gorgeous.
And these are all lifted up, so you don't have to worry about floodwaters. Everything starts on the second and then goes up.
All of the
second floor.
All the power, all the AC, it's all self-contained.
No blue tarps.
They all have solar abilities to be able to power batteries that keep them going for days and weeks if used properly, Very cool stuff.
And right there, right on the Gulf. I bet that's beautiful views.
Yeah. Very cool. They win.
Wow,
but the average price of one of those houses, and I'm thinking about 1,700 square feet, is about $1.2 million.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I mean, again, you don't have to worry about ever rebuilding the damn thing over and over. And I saw that Sean Wass on the News Junkie. Did you guys see the photograph he put out today about the damage that the hurricane did to, I think it's Florida Power and Light solar farms?
No, I heard him talking about it.
Oh man, it looked like it spun off a tornado. And have you ever seen one of the solar farms, by the way, the ones that are off the turnpike?
There's actually one that's right off of a 46 and 441. There's a huge one that's right there.
The one out there on the turnpike, if I remember, I think it is on the turnpike going towards 75. It takes you like 30 minutes to drive by it.
Whoa.
Like, that's how big it is. That's how expansive it is. And a tornado just literally cut a rut right through the middle of that. And I don't know if it's that one, but It is one of them. I can't imagine how much damage that is.
Most tornado activity in Florida history when it comes to tornadic activity with a hurricane.
Unbelievable. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Well, with the hurricane come other fun stuff as well, like scams. And we'll talk about those next.
Orlando City is back at Inter&Co Stadium to close out the regular season against Atlanta United Saturday. Coverage begins at 5:30 p.m. on Real Radio 104.1 and the free iHeartRadio app. And is brought to you by WG Sports Center. Discover indoor soccer. For details and to join their team, follow at WG Sports Center.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
Looking at your usual slowdowns on I-4 this afternoon in the Orlando area for those traveling east and westbound on the interstate between US 27 and the 429, as well as by the Beach Line and 535. No delays to report at this time for those taking the turnpike north or southbound. If you see traffic problems, make sure to call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, everybody, Jim Colbert here from my friends over at the Filatowski Eye Institute. Man, if you ever have a conversation with somebody who's had LASIK surgery, they'll tell you it is the best decision they ever made. I just had this conversation with somebody 2 days ago, and that's exactly what they told me. I should have done it way before I did it. Here's the thing. You'll realize you have those eye issues. You have blurry vision, can't see things up front, but you just think, well, I'll get readers, it'll be fine, right? But after a while, you're like, man, this is a hindrance to my lifestyle. So what are you waiting for? If that's the case, get to the Filatowski Eye Institute. They have free LASIK consultations to find out exactly what they can do for you. Just text 1041 to 868686. Start your journey to better vision. Do that with the Filatowski Eye Institute. 65,000 LASIK procedures, plus they use the latest state-of-the-art tech, getting you the best results every time. And if finances is a concern, don't stress. 24-month interest-free financing is available. Just make that appointment. Text 1041 to 868686 and schedule your free LASIK consultation at the Filatowski Eye Institute. Your path to better vision begins right now.
I'm Jeff Jr., founder and CEO of Trajan Wealth. I was born and raised in northern Wisconsin by both my father, who owned a small 10-lane bowling alley, and my mother, who was a nurse, who did her best caring for everyone in our small town. My parents stressed with me that if you were going to do anything, it needed to be done right or not done at all. I later joined the Marine Corps, where additional values were instilled. Values like honor, courage, and commitment. The motto of the Marine Corps, Semper Fi, which means always faithful. The best part of Trajan Wealth, our 100-plus employees who also embrace the exact same values. If your current financial advisor is more interested in selling you something or is more loyal to their own financial gain than yours, give us a call for a second opinion. We would be honored to hear from you. Call Trajan today at 407-213-0000. That's 407-213-0000.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
We need your help to protect your right to AM radio in your car. AM is always there in times of need with the key information for our community. The overwhelming majority of legislators support a bill to keep AM radio in cars, but time is running out. Please text the two letters AM to 52886 and ask Congress to bring this bill to the floor for a vote now. Text AM to 52886.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month. Text stop to stop. A message from the station.
Are you ready for the ultimate sports experience? Look no further than Frogger's Grill and Bar. We've got your sports fix covered with Saturday college football, NFL football on Sundays, Mondays, and Thursdays too. Catch all the action on our tons of high-definition TVs while enjoying drink specials available all week long. Don't miss out on Frogger's amazing menu, where everything is fresh, never frozen. Oviedo, Mount Dora, Apopka, and Altamont Springs. Frogger's, hopping with food and fun.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Download the iHeartRadio app and listen to thousands of live radio stations, podcasts, and stream unlimited music playlists for any mood or activity. Powered by City Kia, Central Florida's favorite auto dealer.
City Kia.
Deep in the back of your mind, you've always had the feeling that there's something strange about reality. There is. Stuff to Blow Your Mind, an iHeart podcast that dives deep into the mysteries of the universe. With more than 2,500 episodes ready to listen, Stuff to Blow Your Mind will guide you through the strange, the bizarre, and the mind-blowing. Listen to Stuff to Blow Your Mind on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Stuff to Blow Your Mind to start listening.
Don't miss TK Law. Trendley Kramer Law calls every Monday at 6:20 on The Jim Colbert Show. Ray Trendley and the Colbert crew will be discussing all things law and not law on a variety of topics, from the latest legal news to the best new movies.
Do you have AC needs? Turn to the experts at Carrier. Go to millsair.com.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Because you matter. Contact them at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Real Radio has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, BILLS. 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 Enter it now on our website, realradio.fm. Good luck.
Want more from us? At The Jim Colbert Show on Instagram. Follow us.
Hey, Deb, something the state of Florida is never going to admit to, but the state of Florida is the reason why we have citrus canker everywhere, because they would get in touch with infected crops and then not clean their vehicles off and then spread it to other groves, because it would only be about the bottom 2 feet. So they're never going to admit to it, but that's how citrus canker spread so far in Florida.
Habitable, 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 vegetable, 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 habitable, habitable, habitable.
Sometimes when Deb laughs, I start singing Feel Good Inc. by the Gorillaz.
I love that song.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Jack said it. Your 4 o'clock keyword is Bills, BILLS. Slide over to realradio.fm and send that away for your shot at $1,000. Bills, guys, that'll do it. That is your 4 o'clock keyword. Welcome back. I am Jim. There's Deb. Yeah. And Jack is here as well. Okay, so we know this. By the way, I've got a number for you to try to guess. The surge of disaster scams follows hurricanes. We know this and have seen this forever, right?
Yes.
Federal agencies, non-governmental organizations, they raise red flags because this is the time of the season that fraud happens for sure. Everything, guys, from getting you to try to sign, what's that contractors thing, that benefits thing?
Yeah, assignment of benefits. We'll take care of. You don't have to contact your insurance company at all. We'll take care of it.
You can't really do any of that. And I mean, I tell you, the number is unreal. Like last year, they depended on this number. Like, how much money do you think was spent to on natural disasters in 2023 here in the U.S.?
Oh. Go ahead, Jack.
Okay, wait. How
much
money
last year, total money spent on natural disasters in 2023?
I am going
It said last year was a historic year.
Okay, $500 billion.
502 billion dollars.
You went the wrong way.
Damn it.
$93 billion, right? $93 billion in catastrophic losses from hurricanes, from fires, all this stuff last year. Of course, we know we reported on all those things. Here's the real shocking number. What percentage of that number do you believe is chalked up to fraud during these times? And I got to tell you, the worst of the worst, right? If you're somebody out there stealing from people who have just lost everything, you are the worst of the worst. Hell is your only future address. There's so many more deserving people than you to breathe this wonderful air. What percentage of that number do you believe that they write up to fraudulent tactics. In other words, how much money is lost for fraud out of that $93 billion?
16%.
You want a percentage?
Yeah, percentage is fine.
Unfortunately, I'm taking the over on that.
Yeah.
17%.
You guys split then 10%. $9.3 billion to fraud in the year 2023. And that's why homeowners have to be really cognizant of what's happening. And guys, look here, listen. We have a lot of the elderly live here, and not even elderly, just people a generation away from this, from the computer generation that aren't really aware or capable of how to, really run computers efficiently. I'm on the teetering edge of that myself, I'm going to be honest.
Or busy individuals who just fly through their emails because they've got so many waiting, and you just don't, hover your mouse over it.
That's how I got caught one time. It's just because it's like, all right, I'm just trying to immediately see what do I have to do with this email, like delete. Oh, that one I need, that one and I clicked on one, and it was a phishing scam, but it was by our company. But it's like they were like, don't click on things if you don't recognize where it comes from. It's like, well, I recognize the person it came from, and I was expecting something.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
You still got to read it, yeah. So, and the reason I say that is because if you're out of the area and your family, your mom and dad live here, your grandparents live here, or whatever, really take a few minutes to contact them and let them know, hey, mom, pop, grandma, grandpa, if these things happen, be sure to call me before you make a move. If anybody asks you to sign an assignment of benefits, if anybody asks you to put a deposit down, if anybody tells you that you can pay a fee and then they will act as a conduit between FEMA and yourself to get you the funds that you need, please tell them that those are not true. They need to double check their sources, triple check, ask friends and family for resources rather than going out on the open internet or just having people walk up to your front door and do that, because that is one of the number one ways why people get put in trouble there. And another thing is this, if you're sitting there and it's your 6th day without power, or you're flooded out, or if you got a tree in your living room and somebody knocks on your door and says, and you're willing to kind of almost suspend belief because there's somebody there dying to help you out.
Right.
That's what makes it the worst of the worst is, you're talking to people in a situation where they're very desperate and they're willing to take a chance to kind of get themselves back to normal. And the scammers know that better than anybody. That's the thing, is those people understand that you're desperate. They understand that you need, and they understand that you aren't being helped, and then you get targeted. And that's a big problem. It says the 4 tips to help out here. Contact the respective insurers before they sign anything.
Yes.
So if you have an insurance policy, the thing you should have done before this hit, put it somewhere safe so you can access it, and then contact your agent and find out what's going on straight from the horse's mouth. That way you don't have any people telling you things on the side that aren't true.
Employ plenty of skepticism. It just
yes, this would be the time to be a double skeptic,
because you want to believe that people are out there trying to help each other out after something like this. And while there are still those that will act like they're there to help you out while they're taking money out of your back pocket.
Yeah, I don't like giving personal information, even if I contacted them.
Right,
I know,
exactly.
I
Same
hate
here.
that.
But you're also going to see a plethora of people in there with their pickup trucks, and they have their magnets, and their magnets will be like ABC construction and debris removal or whatever. And it looks legit, but the second tip they're saying is make sure that you're dealing with legitimate, licensed, and bonded people to do the work, because here's the double nightmare. Let's say you get them on your property, and they're not licensed and bonded, then they get injured doing the work for you. Guess what?
Guess who they're going to sue?
They can sue you for that.
Yeah.
Just the insult to injury scenario.
And if they're that kind of person that would do that kind of scammy stuff, I wouldn't be surprised if they even set it up so that they did get hurt.
It says make sure you take all phone numbers and license plate numbers down. And if you see and if somebody comes to your property with an out-of-state license plate, and they're asking to help, be extra wary, because unfortunately that's what happens here.
A
lot of the people just literally waiting there at the border of Georgia and Carolinas, just waiting like dogs for the gates to be released so they can come down here and start scamming left and right, The third tip, do not allow contractors to use pressure tactics to immediately have you sign a contract. And this is what's going to happen. I'll give you the language. That way you know. Well, man, there's a lot of people in need, and if you don't sign this deal now, I can't guarantee that I'm going to be able to get back to you in a month or two.
Okay.
But
whenever they create that urgency.
But that's what they're looking to do.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're looking to have you sign something or give them a deposit immediately to save your spot because so many people are in need. And if you pass this opportunity up so I can get to you next week, if you pass this up, I can't guarantee when I can come back.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another big one. And unfortunately, for a lot of people that are a little bit older, that works quite well because they're courteous people and they're used to being nice. They're not used to being scammed right to their face like that. You know, it's just a different generation of thinking, you know?
Yeah.
And the last one here is never share personal information over the phone with callers who say they represent an insurer. Make sure if you're talking to someone who says they represent an insurer that they can prove that they are with that particular company before you start handing out information. What they'll do is they take that information and they start getting loans. Like, is it not SBA, but there's a loan that they get that if you part of FEMA's assistance
is SBA.
Is it
Small Business Administration loan?
Yeah. It's a super low interest rate loan where you can get your house, you know, if whatever your insurance policy doesn't cover, that you can get this loan to help rebuild and then pay it back when you can, you know, usually in, you know, a small percentage rate. So it's able to do that. But that's something you have to do on your own. No one's going to do that for you.
Yeah, disasterassistance.gov.
Yes. And another one, too, is this. It's funny we just mentioned this. What company or what organization do you think is used by scammers to scam the most money out of people? It's a legitimate organization, but it's mimicked or
American Red Cross?
That's the one I was going to get.
It is. It's the Red Cross. The Red Cross has several known scams and invoke its name. So when you see the Red Cross, even then you have to make sure that they are legitimately connected with the Red Cross or Salvation Army because those two brands are used the most because they have the
most well-known.
That's right. They have the biggest name recognition. So immediately when somebody's coming out there, and another thing too, these guys are the worst, and the reason why is they prey on your goodness.
Yeah.
They prey on this. Well, they're the Red Cross. Nobody would use the Red Cross to scam me. You know, who would do that? What kind of vile, insipid human being would do something so lascivious as to do that? But yet it's out there and happening every day of the week.
And there are plenty.
So again, Red Cross employees or volunteers never solicit or accept money across media relations. In other words, if you see them outside Publix or whatever, that's fine. You know, tip your fold your 20 crispy and put it in there, right? Right. I got ragged on for that not being enough.
Yeah, just 20, Jimmy.
Get out of here.
That doesn't even get a meal at a fast food place.
But somebody just sent us a really good text at 77031. We had a tornado blow through our neighborhood in April. The roofing companies were there within 30 minutes pressuring people to sign.
Yeah, you got to be real careful. And the roofing one is a big one. And here's why. It's the most dollars.
Oh, yeah.
Right? It's the way for them to get the most money the quickest. In other words, hey, I need a $5,000 deposit right now. This is how I buy my materials to come do your job. You can pay me for the balance. And, of course, they ain't never coming back. That's the problem. And so everybody understands that roofs are very expensive. They also understand you can't get insurance without one. So that's the number one used tool to get your money is the roofing scam.
Because that is an urgent matter.
It is an urgent matter.
You want to do it before, you need it before it rains again.
And then that's when they apply that whole scenario of, hey, if you don't get in line now, if you don't give me your deposit now, I can't guarantee you that I can get back. And, of course, this is Florida. Like Jack said, we never know when it's going to rain again. Hell, it rained this weekend. Out in my house, rained for about a half an hour this weekend. But if I had a gaping hole from a tree in my roof, it would have felt like a thunderstorm for a month.
I drove through a smattering of rain.
Did you really? Very good. I'm glad you're good. I'm glad you're fine.
I'm on my way to Halloween Horror Nights. I'm like, I'm sure it'll clear up. And it did.
Hey, I want to review. We'll do that a little bit later as well. All right, 407-916-1041. Remember, your 4 o'clock keyword is Bills, BILLS. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your shot at $1,000. Let's take a little break. Our buddy Brandon Kravitz with sports is up next here on The Jim Colbert Show.
Something on your mind? Text us at 77031. Standard data and message rates apply. Real Mobile is powered by Orange Buick GMC and OrangeBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
Traffic in the Orlando area is still slow on I-4 this afternoon, east and westbound for those traveling by the major attractions exits. Looking at some slow traffic on the Turnpike for those driving northbound on the toll road between 192 and the Greenway exit. If you happen to see any traffic problems today, just make sure to call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. Protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Guys, not a big secret that the real estate market is changing and booming right now more than ever. And with your home being the most valuable asset you have, that's why you need a real estate company that's always one step ahead of the market, whether you're buying or selling. And of course, that is the Nickley Group. These guys sell home on average for 6% more, and even better, they sell them twice as fast. And clients that use the Nickley Group save $24,000 when purchasing a home with the Nickley Group. And now with interest rates lower than ever, they've been in 18 months. Your buying power is now about 70 to 80K better than it was just a year ago. That's $70,000 or $80,000 more a house, or $700 or $800 less on your mortgage. And September did set the record for the highest average sales price in Central Florida. Things are hot. So get out there with the Nickley Group, and don't sleep on their website, man. At thenickley.com, you can do all these things. Get a guaranteed cash offer for your home. That means no showings, no open houses, and then you can close in 14 days. Get your home valued instantly using current market data, or list your home. Do all that right there at thenickley.com. Plus, you can even download their free buyer's guide. It's packed with useful information about the home buying and selling process. It's thenickley.com, guys. It's easy. NICKLEY group.com.
If you missed our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One. Las Vegas, make some noise!
Watch the best moments exclusively on Hulu right now.
All right, you guys are out for a party, I can tell.
See the biggest festival headliners from around the world assembled on one stage on one show.
This iHeart energy is so incredible. See it all at our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Streaming only on Hulu right now.
One of the things that sets IDC apart from other jewelry stores is the selection, the sheer volume of diamonds available in any shape and any size.
You truly cannot compete with our inventory.
Meet IDC's Ryan McMahon, who explains that because International Diamond Center is a direct importer, they don't have to borrow diamonds from wholesalers or third-party suppliers like other stores.
When somebody is shopping around, say they're looking for a 2-3 carat diamond, a lot of stores don't own that level inventory. What they'll do is they'll say, I understand that's what you're looking for. Let me have a few options sent in for you tomorrow. They're just middlemaning a deal.
And that, Ryan says, always leads to a higher cost for you, but not at IDC.
When you come into one of our stores, you want to see a 2 carat, a 3 carat, 4 carat, 5. You can do that because we own the goods. We buy it right. We don't have to call around or source anything.
International Diamond Center. Bigger selection, better value every day.
I can sell a higher quality product at the most competitive pricing you'll find.
4 Orlando locations.
Attention. If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 689-305-2853. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 689-305-2853. That's 689-305-2853.
Gold demand is hitting record highs, but supply may not keep up. I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your retirement savings from a chaotic world. To learn how to diversify your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals, text the word SHELTER to 989898 for a free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold Group. That's SHELTER to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
So you want to be my client? You think you deserve fair compensation for your injuries? Well, you got to call me. Can't just keep listening forever. Injured on the go? Just call Mo. Mo DeWitt, Orlando attorney.
For over 40 years, Solar Source has stood by Orlando and Tampa. We've weathered storms together. Our emergency service department is here, ready to help you rebuild. Call 1-800-329-1301 or visit solarsource.com. Explore battery backup systems to protect your family. Don't wait. Call Solar Source at 1-800-329-1301 or visit solarsource.com. Solar Source, we're with you every step of the way.
Victim of a slip and fall? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar and Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Mark Anajar, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In Office Orlando.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations waiting for you to explore right now, like Coffee Shop Radio,
It's true, my bad habits lead to you.
acoustic rock, and the greatest singer-songwriters of the 90s to now.
All night, come on, dance with me. I'm levitating.
And Coffee Shop Radio goes commercial-free every weekend.
That was when I ruled the world.
Open the free iHeartRadio app, search Coffee Shop Radio, and listen now.
iHeartRadio.
Free never sounded so good. A1Garage.com. A1 from day one.
Radio 104.1.
Radio now comes with moving pictures. The Jim Colbert Show on YouTube. Subscribe and watch.
What up, guys? Sport from Duval. Jimmy.
Yes.
Your third world problems kill me, man. I love
Third
you
world?
to death, dude.
What are you talking about?
But my man Jim Colbert has a tractor. A tractor, guys. My guy has a tractor at his house.
Okay.
And he ain't got no rake.
Oh, that's a good
How the hell
point.
don't you have a
Yeah, that's a
rake?
good point, dude.
Oh, my God. Hey, Jack, go Yankees.
I tell you what happened. No, you don't care. I will. Anyway, I didn't. I thought in the move, when we moved, we had our stuff everywhere, and I thought it was two places, and it was at neither place. So we don't know where it is. We have to buy new rigs when they get them restocked. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Bills is your 4 o'clock keyword. Slide over to realradio.fm and send that off for your chance at $1,000. Had a couple winners. And we would like to add at least one more. Bills, that is your 4 o'clock keyword. Good luck. I am Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Jack is here as well.
I am.
And every single Monday around 4:20, this guy drops by. Every day he does sports over at 96.9 The Game, 3 to 6. You can hear him there. Mondays at 4:20, though, you can hear him right here, good and loud. For Brandon Kravitz, the broiler on Real.
All right. Hey, could you tell that rake story again? That was really good.
I take it you have a rake.
How dare you?
Yeah, I got a rake.
Yeah.
You moved from one house to another and kept your rake?
It's small, though. It's a small rake. It's a very wimpy rake. I need a bigger rake.
Okay, fine.
Well, I made it through the hurricane without a big rake. And so I was at Home Depot the other day staring at the big rakes, and I thought, if I could make it through a hurricane without this, I probably don't need to buy it.
Oh,
Did have
for Jimmy.
We did have an internal rake dialogue this weekend, and then to hear you talk about it feels like full circle.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely checking all the rake boxes.
Had a friend bring over two of those really wide Ace Hardware, the rubber yard rakes, not the metal ones. Oh man, those things are destroyers. I mean, it's just like 5 minutes of work and you're donezo. I love
That's
it.
when you know you're an adult.
Oh yeah.
When you get like, oh, dude, that rake. Oh.
Best part about raking is the weather because it's usually pretty cool if you have to rake.
Yeah.
Wow, this has gone on a lot longer than I thought it would.
Yeah.
That's what we do here, Brandon. Stretch it out.
We're going to talk about salon dates next.
This segment sponsored by the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind at pound 546 on your cell or whenyouneedus.com. Now, before you break in and start asking me a bunch of questions about the sports that I love.
Okay, go ahead. Hit me. He's already mad at me, Jack. I've done nothing.
Except everything.
This is actually going to be nice. I wanted to give credit to you guys for the hurricane coverage that you had. I think it is so cool that you and other people in this building choose to stick around for these devastating or potentially devastating hurricanes. I think we didn't get it quite as bad as we thought, but still, I know a lot of people negatively impacted. I admire your your commitment to the job and to delivering that news and a comforting voice to your audience. And for somebody that was sitting in their bed watching trees sway from side to side at 2:00 in the morning to be able to listen to you guys was really cool. So I genuinely appreciate
well,
that.
Thanks. I thought that was his way of saying he's going to join us next time.
Yeah, he will not. we talked about that. He will not do that. No.
Jim goes, you don't have that bone in your body? I'm like, nope.
I don't have that
I don't
one.
think I do.
Yeah.
But I appreciate the hell out of you guys. I really do.
That's awesome, dude. Thank you for the kind words.
So now let's talk about sports.
Yeah, let's talk about sports. I don't know where you want to start. You want to just start with UCF?
Yeah, let's get the college stuff out of the way. We've been talking a lot of college on my show. I'm ready to talk some NFL, but let's dial things back to Saturday, where we started to get word about 3 hours before kickoff that there could be a change at quarterback, and there was exactly that. E.J. Colson, starter for UCF. He's a freshman, 17 years old. K.J. Jefferson, the big prized recruit in the transfer portal who was a star at Arkansas, has flamed out. The guy just hasn't been good, and Gus Malzahn wanted to shake up the offense. They have a backup named Jakari Brown, who they also got from Miami, and they spent a pretty penny to bring him over. For whatever reason, he wasn't the choice to be the starter. They went with this 4-star freshman. The guy played 2 series. They let him throw 1 pass, and then Gus Malzahn benched him and put in Jakari Brown. So there's just no...
What's going on? There's like a vending machine of quarterbacks over there.
That's exactly it, and that's my frustration. UCF starts the game down 10-0, and they are just trying to battle back the rest of the way. Cincinnati didn't play great, but it seemed like whenever they needed to pick up a 3rd down, they got it. And UCF just had no fluidity on offense. I thought Jakari Brown, who wound up playing the majority of the game, played pretty well, but if you don't give that guy first-team reps throughout the week. He hadn't been getting them in the season because he wasn't the starter, and then he becomes the guy. You shouldn't be surprised when you finish the game and you look back and nobody really knew what the hell they were doing. It just seems like every time I expect this program to hit that next level, to capitalize on the current momentum, the momentous opportunities that sit in front of them,
it seems
they seem to fall short. I feel like when you look back at what's happened since 2017 and 2018, I don't know what percentage to lay on it. I threw a poll out to my audience today and asking this question, but it feels like a considerable amount of momentum has been lost from those undefeated seasons. If they weren't in the Big 12, UCF would be irrelevant right now with the way they've been playing over the last couple of years.
Yeah, not good. And, of course, I hear some rumblings about Malzahn himself as well. And you talk about, switching quarterbacks. How's the team supposed to find any continuity when they don't have a leader that they can look in the huddle, and they don't know if that guy's going to be there the next play or the next series or the next game or at all, So I can imagine it's got to be very frustrating for the team. And, obviously it's happening in its effect because they've had a number of people enter the portal recently. And that's
like 6 players last week that entered the portal.
That's not a good sign.
Including their kicker, which is really random.
I don't like this portal business.
It's not a good sign, man.
Too many people moving around.
Doesn't it send a message to the rest of the country that the program doesn't have its S together as well?
Yeah.
I mean, doesn't really kind of do that. I mean, kids aren't doing this to schools they love,
Well, some of them are, but yes, for the most part, it's not a good sign. And I think there's an issue. At what point does the administration decide, we don't have the guy?
Yeah.
And I think eventually they'll get there. Gus Malzahn you look back, he wasn't the right hire for the program at the time.
Yeah, but he loves the weather. He loves the weather here in Central Florida. That's why he hasn't left yet.
This was my issue, and I
do at UCF.
I try to keep an open mind.
Yeah,
but I had an issue when he was hired. I'm like, no, you don't get the guy who's parachuting down.
Yeah, exactly.
You want somebody that's building their career up. Look, Scott Frost, Josh Heupel.
Yeah, but the problem is you can't keep those guys. So maybe they thought they could get Malzahn and he'd stay put because it's in Florida. And he's going to wind up here anyway.
Great, and they've dialed the program back to the Georgia O'Leary days. Hey, let's get an older guy who's going to retire here. I bet he'll love his house in Winter Park. Who the hell cares? Let's get somebody who can coach.
He downsized. Yeah, he had a house and then he got a different one. He was keeping it real.
Very good. All right, let's move on. Ohio State loses. Big shock, of course, but it's just kind of weird. That's how college football is. It's odd. You can get bit by somebody,
For sure. I mean, Oregon's a really good team. They were only 3-point underdogs. They were at home. And they have a star quarterback, a guy that UCF fans know all too well, is Dylan Gabriel. So, yeah, no, that hurts. But
I don't like this portal.
They have a really talented team. Oregon's now in the Big Ten, so that was actually a conference game for the first time ever between Ohio State and Oregon. And it came down to a boneheaded play from the quarterback for Ohio State, Will Howard. He had the ball at around the 40-yard line. There was like 6 seconds on the clock, and he just needed to pick up a couple of yards to give his kicker a little bit better range. Kneel down or slide down, call it. They had one timeout left, call a timeout with a second left on the clock. Instead, he tries to pick up a couple of extra yards, gets down to close to the 30, but the time expires.
Oh, my God.
And that ends the game. And with a field goal, they would have won the game had they made it. So I understand what he was thinking. Hey, let me get as close as possible. The problem is time was not your friend in that moment. So really dramatic way to end that game. Very exciting. I don't think we've seen the last of Ohio State, though. And that is the beauty. If you're a fan of the expanded playoff, Ohio State lost, and it's like their title odds over at Hard Rock haven't changed.
Oh, yeah, I doubt
it. Doesn't matter.
Right. It's who they lost to and how they lost, and it really matters there.
You can withstand a loss, and you still find your way into the college football playoff at the end of it. And then real quick on the Gators before we move to the NFL.
Yeah.
So Billy Napier, who is on the hottest of hot seats, actually has his team playing pretty well. They had a double-digit lead at one point against Tennessee on the road. Not an easy place to play. Unfortunately, their starting quarterback, they kind of do a dual quarterback thing over at Florida with Graham Mertz and DJ Lagway. It's okay. It's okay. But Graham Mertz tore his ACL, so he's out for the year, so they're not going to be able to do that moving forward. So you have a freshman quarterback with all the talent in the world, but a freshman quarterback nonetheless. Your starting running back, who's the best player on offense for them, Montrell Johnson, he got hurt. So both of those guys are out. Tennessee comes roaring back into the game. Florida scores just an awesome touchdown from DJ Lagway through a dart into the end zone, and it's now 17-16. Tennessee leads by 1. And Florida, with their head coach, whose slogan is "Scared money don't make money."
That's what gamblers say, by the way.
With no time left on the clock, do you think he went for 2 to win the game, or do you think he kicked the extra point to push this thing into overtime?
And truthfully, I do not know the answer. I'll say he went for 2 for the win.
Oh,
he did not. He kicked the extra point. They went to overtime, and they missed a field goal. Give it back to Tennessee. Tennessee scored, and they won.
Wow.
And that was it. Scared money don't make money. You're on the goal line. You've got a chance to win the game with a 2-point conversion. Why are you not doing that?
With nothing to lose in a play that theoretically could kind of revive the season. You get there, you worked your ass off to beat a rival that you've played for years. You punch that thing in, you win, you take that home rather than... even if you lose,
rather than setting up your freshman quarterback on the road to try and win a game for you in overtime. How did you think that was going to end? That drives me crazy.
You're calling him out if he went for 2 and they didn't get it.
No,
you're
I would
still
not.
Calling him.
Nope.
No, maybe you.
Nope.
No, maybe not you, but others will be calling him out just the same.
If it was a bad play call, I would have called.
You think the boosters would like it the 2 to win, or what they chose?
No, the 2 to win, especially when your brand is we are risky. We take chances. That's playing it safe. And if you're doing that, if you feel like you have the better team and if you have the better team and you're at home, play it safe because you're putting the pressure on your opponent. Like you said, they're at the roulette table with nothing to lose.
He's got
Throw
nothing
the
to
chips
lose.
down.
Right, get a win against an SEC rival.
It's all situational to me.
Yeah, at home. Okay, let's move on to the NFL. Let's start with the Florida teams. Jags just absolutely pasted by the Bears. Jags are terrible.
I swear.
Trevor Lawrence is bad. Wow.
I'm not a negative person. I swear. I feel like every time I'm on this show, all I do is bitch and complain about these teams.
It's like having 2 Jimmys.
Oh, my God. And they're no different.
Yeah.
So the Jags have an offensive coach that somehow led an Eagles team to the Super Bowl with Nick Foles as the quarterback. As I saw on Twitter, that in itself needs to be studied by science because this guy can't coach a lick. He doesn't get the most out of Trevor Lawrence. Their offense is so archaic compared to other offenses in the NFL. That's just it is not up to speed with what you see from the high functioning offenses in 2024. Watch the Lions play.
Oh my
and then watch the Jags play side by side.
It's a gross.
There's no
comparison whatsoever.
Not at all.
None.
In terms of grit, imagination, none of that.
Yeah.
It doesn't exist for Jacksonville, and they spent all their money on their defense, and their defense stinks too. So no redeeming qualities for Jacksonville.
It was ridiculous. I saw the 12 men on the field and the 2 holding penalties, all third down defensive penalties against the Jaguars. Change them from getting the ball in great position down by 11 to then being down by 18 because Chicago, they just let them right through, right to the end zone.
Yeah.
The defense just totally collapsed on that series.
Caleb Williams played the best game of his young career. He's played 6 games in the NFL. He's never looked better than when he did against Jacksonville. And Doug Peterson takes to the podium and says, we need a better culture. Well, why don't you set
You're the
one?
guy.
You're
the guy, buddy.
You're the culture
Yeah,
guy.
Can we be
you're the guy.
positive, though? I'm tired of yelling.
Yeah,
How
go ahead.
about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers?
Yeah, I was just about to get to him, boy.
Man.
They hung a nickel on the guy. They hung a nickel on the Saints. That was a bit of a revenge game, I think.
Yeah.
They look good.
And one that I think the city needed. So that was one of those big inspirational spots where they were playing for the city. And to see them play the way they did, it truly was inspiring. Another great performance from Baker Mayfield, 325, 4 touchdowns. A team has never scored 27 points in a quarter and lost the game.
Yeah.
And the Saints did that.
Yeah. They really did they? Yeah.
They scored 27 in the second quarter. They scored 0 points in any other quarter.
Yeah, the Saints led.
I didn't even know that. I only get this game in the second half.
Oh,
I just
Saints
saw
led at a
Tampa's
point.
takeover when they absolutely went crazy. And by the way,
Tampa outscored them 27-0.
it's like they went into the offseason this year and said, we're running the football, and I don't care if we die by it, because the 2 seasons previous, I believe they were the worst rushing team in the NFL. And now, buddy, let me tell you, you better be ready to take a battering ram. Those dudes will run the football on any down in any scenario, and I'm for it. I'm here for that.
It's crazy, and their starting running back was out in this game. I don't know if he gets his job back. Sean Tucker came from absolutely nowhere, ran for 136 yards and a touchdown. He had another 50 receiving. He was unstoppable. The Buccaneers ran for 277 yards. That's the most yards by any team in the NFL this season. And there's a team that has Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry.
Right, exactly.
And they ran for more yards than those guys.
And I don't know if it's Saints defense, but I mean their schemes were good. If you look at their blocking schemes and how well the Bucs were really
like they're setting these guys up with these massive holes.
Yeah, they were basically just perfectly applying those plays exactly how they were supposed to be done. I mean, it was perfect.
Tristan Wirfs is the left tackle for the Bucs. He just gives Baker all day to throw. He opens up running lanes. He's probably, we don't talk a lot of offensive linemen because it's just not exciting, but he's probably one of the best players in the NFL.
Well, and Baker looks pretty fleet on his feet, man. I mean, he's moving around the pocket, being very elusive. I mean, he looks good. It kind of reminds me a little Mahomesy, a little early Russell Wilson.
I mean, that's not crazy. Baker Mayfield's been a better quarterback than Mahomes this year.
It's so damn good. All right, let's move on to the Green Bay Packers. They played the Cardinals, coming off a massive week for the Cardinals, but at home for the Packers, hard to overcome. This football team looks for real, dude.
They do. I had them in the Super Bowl at the beginning of the season. It's going to take performances like this in order to get them there. When I watch a team like the Lions, they look like the best team in the NFL. And unfortunately for them, and fortunately for the Packers, the Lions just lost one of their best players in Aiden Hutchinson. He's out for the year. He broke his tibia,
everything.
I think it was.
Yeah, he broke everything in that leg.
That was a scary situation, but that's huge for Green Bay because now not having that guy chasing after Jordan Love when those two teams meet 2 times a year and potentially in the playoffs, it gives Green Bay a little bit of an edge. I like the way that Green Bay is able to attack you in so many different ways. They're good at running the football. They had that big free agent signing in Josh Jacobs, and they don't care who their number one wide receiver is. They'll feed all these guys. And Matt LaFleur is a brilliant play caller. Yep. That's an offense. You want to see what 2024 offense?
Yes, 100%.
Like, what the hell is Brandon talking about? Watch the Packers. They're one of those teams that their offense runs with this sort of fluidity that that teams in 2024 that know what they're doing, that have good personnel, are able to accomplish.
It's like painting by the numbers. I kind of liken it to what the Patriots did.
There's a rhythm to it.
But not even that. It wasn't even that mechanic. I mean, there's something non-mechanical / mechanical about this offense that doesn't seem to make a lot of errors. And because they have a quarterback that's not really expected to deliver downfield bombs all the time, although he can, it's kind of made you look at this team differently. It's really bizarre how strong they are. It's like you put a sand truck in second gear and just let the clutch out and get away from it. It's like really hard to stop, not real frilly, not going to blow you away, not the fastest guy, not the best running backs, but man, just by the numbers, they know how to play football,
Yeah, then that was the kind of analogy that a guy with a tractor would make. So
yeah, very good.
By the way, real quick, my football picks and the pick 'em pool that Jack puts together every year, I've been terrible. I have one of the worst records of all the people that are in this pool.
You and the other sports guy have really bad records, which is bizarre.
And he missed a week.
I know.
And he's still scoring better than me.
Right.
So this week, I looked to my wife and I said, "This week you're making the picks." And I said, I'm not going to push back. I'm not going to push back at all. So I said, "Mallory, you make the picks." And I would tell her, I said, "If you have one question, you can ask me a question." But so we went through. I didn't tilt her in any direction. These were all her picks.
I just went to the standings.
She is 13-0.
13-0.
You are tied for first place going into
13-0.
I just want you guys to know, hand to God, that is not me. That is my wife.
All right, real quick before we get out of here.
I'm so glad you admitted that.
We didn't get to Jack's Raiders. They had a tough weekend.
No, we don't have to.
We had a tough weekend against the Steelers. What are they? What are the Steelers? It's so weird. You have this image of the brand of Pittsburgh, and you know what it's supposed to look like. It kind of doesn't look like that, but it still has the same effect of a Pittsburgh Steelers football game.
Well, the Raiders are one of the worst teams in the NFL.
Yeah,
the fact that they have 2 wins right now is sort of a miracle. They can't figure out what to do at quarterback. Their best wide receiver wants no part of the franchise. Devontae Adams is still sitting there waiting to be traded. So this is what happens. But it's a good year. You have to dip yourself into the toe of the NFL draft. Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders. I would just start looking at mock drafts if I were a Raiders fan.
And then looks like the Bengals came through. We won't get into that. They played the Giants, hapless. But this Lions-Cowboys game, give me 30 seconds on that. I mean, what an ass-kicking. What an embarrassing ass-kicking to the highest-paid quarterback in the league at home in front of the owner. It was, I don't even know what they're doing.
Yeah, I love watching the Detroit Lions play football. They play with this sort of mixture of finesse and toughness. Usually a team is one or the other.
Right.
They are very much both. They completely take on the identity of their coach. That's what good coaching looks like. What Dan Campbell is, the image that he portrays, is exactly what you see on the football field from the guys that are out there playing for him. There's really nothing they're not good at. They have a great offensive line. They have 2 very talented running backs. David Montgomery is second only to Derrick Henry as far as guys that you just simply cannot tackle with the first guy that takes on contact. They have good wide receivers. Unfortunately, they lost their best pass rusher, but they're still so talented across the board. They're one of the best teams in the league. I would put them number 2. Right now, Baltimore looks like the best team in the NFL. That was Jerry Jones' birthday yesterday, by the way. So happy birthday, Jerry.
Happy birthday, Jerry. And he got a little testy at the press conference, too, which I love seeing as well.
He's the only owner that has a press conference, by the way, which is goofy.
Always good seeing you, buddy.
Yes. Same to you as I pull this up because I was ill-prepared. Into my conversation, listen to Under Oath with attorney Jeff Kaufman from every Saturday morning at 7:30 a.m. on 96.9 The Game and Real Radio 104.1. Extended versions are available by searching Under Oath with attorney Jeff Kaufman on your favorite streaming platform. And because you always have me promote something that I've got going on, this is really exciting. So not only am I part of all 82 Magic broadcasts this year, I've been doing 50% in years past. I'm part of all 82. On Magic Game Days, my show is going to extend from 6 to 6:30. We're calling it In the Zone Game Day Magic. It's going to be an extra Orlando Magic to the pregame show special.
Yeah,
every single Magic Game Day. So
very
nice to hear that.
And the Zone Heads got to join those as well.
And the Zone Heads podcast. If you like what I do, but you want a quick, short synopsis, 10-minute recap, I post it every Monday on the Zone Heads page.
Good seeing you, buddy, always.
Yes,
all right, there he is, Brandon Kravitz, 407-916-1041. Text us 770-31. Take a little break. Back in a second with more of The Jim Colbert Show.
Real Radio.
is
Monsters in the Morning.
It's literally a short walk. What the hell is wrong with you? Stop being so damn weird. Please.
The Monsters in the Morning.
Real Radio 104.1.
This weather report is brought to you by Mills Air.
I'm Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner with your Fox 35 Central Florida forecast. We're going to top out today about 86 to 87 degrees with mostly sunny skies. Tomorrow, a cold front approaches, and that's going to bring with it a couple of isolated, gusty thunderstorms during the afternoon, a 30% chance for rain, and after highs around 90, it's going to usher in much cooler weather for the end of this work week. In fact, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday will be closer to the upper 70s to around 80, then up around 90. It's going to feel really nice. 60s at night.
This report is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Sunnyside Plumbing.
Yes, I've got a leaking...
To leave us a testimonial saying how happy you are with our service, press 1.
But you haven't even...
For all other inquiries, please hang up.
Wait, what?
Hang up and call Frank Gay. We're busy watching the game.
You know what? I think I will. When you have a leak, you need solutions on your schedule. A helpful expert who can find the problem and fix it fast.
That's the Frank Gay way.
FrankGayServices.com.
This is trial attorney Jeff Kaufman for the injury law firm of Kaufman & Lind. When looking for an attorney, I would choose experience. Do they care? Will they pick up your phones? I'd avoid the guy who sounds like this when he picks up.
I'd do anything for you. I got plastic wrap, I got a shovel in my trunk, and I got a boat at the marina. Thanks to this mofo.
If you want to hire a law firm who's willing to work this hard just to do a commercial, contact us at whenyouneedus.com or dial 407-500-JEFF. That's 407-500-5333. Offices, Orlando.
Deep in the back of your mind, you've always had the feeling that there's something strange about reality. There is. Stuff to Blow Your Mind, an iHeart podcast that dives deep into the mysteries of the universe. With more than 2,500 episodes ready to listen, Stuff to Blow Your Mind will guide you through the strange, the bizarre, and the mind-blowing. Listen to Stuff to Blow Your Mind on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Stuff to Blow Your Mind to start listening.
Have you ever heard of the 5 Ps? That's right, the 5 Ps. The 5 Ps can be applied to almost every area of your life, but it's especially true for you and your money. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and many years ago, when I was a young man in the Marine Corps, I learned about the 5 Ps. Proper planning prevents poor performance. Now, you can't control what's happening with the stock market, but you can control how you plan for it. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have been helping our clients with the 5 Ps for years. We have hearts of teachers and will never complicate by using financial jargon. Our fee structure is transparent. The more you make, the more we make. The majority of our clients come from other financial advisors. Isn't it time for a second opinion to allow Trajan Wealth to help you with the 5 Ps too? Call Trajan today at 407-213-0000. 407-213-0000.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey, welcome to Total Wireless. How can I help you?
Oh, my phone is panicking. It thinks I'm trading it in.
No worries. At Total Wireless, you get 50% off the Total 5G Unlimited plan when you keep your phone.
Really? 50% off and I get to keep my phone? Wow.
Yep, that's as low as $25 per month for one line when you sign up for AutoPay.
Visit your Total Wireless store today. Restrictions apply. Compatible device required. Available exclusively online and in Total Wireless retail stores.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
What's the best place to reach new customers for your business? Wherever they are. And that's exactly where you can be with iHeartMedia. We talk to our listeners everywhere, from the car to the gym to the kitchen. Your next customer is listening. And not only can we get your message to your audience, we can also show you how it's working in real time. That goes for broad brand messaging and targeted hyperlocal influencer campaigns alike. Start growing your business today. Dial pound 250 and say great results. That's pound 250, say great results.
I'm Katie. I was in a bad car accident. I woke up in the hospital 6 weeks later. My husband called attorney Glenn Klotzman. I met with Glenn. He said he would take care of everything, just keep healing. I feel blessed he was there to help. I'm doing well. I'm so thankful Glenn Klotzman was there for us. The results he got for us were way more than expected. He's more than an attorney. He's a friend. Call him at 407-917-1718. KLAUSMAN law.com. Office Winter Park.
This earful of Real Radio is brought to you by Tools Ace Hardware.
Real Radio is on Instagram at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
The Jim Colbert Show, streaming live on YouTube. Watch us talk.
Mike from Lakeland. We got hit pretty harder than I thought we would, but everything's good. More than 60,000 out of power, which is incredible. But hey, if you haven't heard about it yet, check out the 400 Central crane in St. Pete. That's my job site. Man, it took a fall. 35 floor fall, by the way.
Yeah.
Didn't it damage like 6 floors of the Tampa Bay Times?
Yeah, man.
What is that?
I'm showing the crane, that crane damage.
Oh, wow. Unbelievable, man. Look at that. YouTube.com, go to the Jim Colbert Show, or just go to JimColbertLive.com. You can see it there. You know, it's so funny. Deborah had actually kind of prefaced the storm footage by those cranes over in St. Pete because they're so big, they have to be constructed on site.
Yes.
So, you know, we knew that there are a number of them. And then, like Jack was saying, they put them in like neutral so that rather than being stiff in the wind, they can move around. But sometimes if they get moving a lot with all that weight, it can cause big problems.
And that's why the mayor had said, you know, to take these cranes down, that has to be scheduled weeks in advance.
Yeah.
So we don't have that kind of time.
That's
so
right.
You need to find an interior room away from windows in case one of these cranes lets go. And it did. And again, 6 floors of the Tampa Bay Times.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Welcome back. I am Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Jack is here as well.
Yeah.
Jack, speaking of you and myself, in just a couple weekends, we have a really cool special opportunity for people who love the Jim Colbert Show. And, of course, it is the Bucks Bus.
Yes, here's the deal, because we... as you know, Real Radio is the official Orlando broadcast home for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. You can hear all the Bucs games here on Real Radio. Each and every week, we give away tickets to the games on our Real Radio Instagram. But one game, we go en masse, and we have a bunch of tickets, and we are going, me, on a bus with Daniel Dennis and a bunch of listeners.
All right, baby. That's right. He's a big Falcons fan.
So
it's the Bucks versus the Falcons in Raymond James, October 27th.
Yeah, it's a Sunday.
You cannot buy this ticket, by the way.
No, you cannot. You have to win them, and we are going to have them available all week for our trivia winners. But when I realized, we're playing the Falcons, it's like, well, let's reach out to Daniel, and he's like, yeah, I'll go to that. So we'll have one cat in the Falcons jersey. And then the listeners with whatever they want to wear.
Yeah.
And we'll be there as well. So it's going to be a lot of fun. As you mentioned, we're going to take the bus from here in Maitland that Sunday morning. It's a 1 o'clock kickoff, and then we come back to Maitland that evening, all on a bus, taken care of, and it's a beautiful thing.
That's right. Now, the couple questions I have to ask, is when you win, is it you plus one or is it just you?
It's you plus one.
It's you plus one. All right, very good.
You win a pair of tickets to the game and the bus.
Cool. Very nice. Okay, so that's all week this week, all week next week.
Oh!
Okay,
let's
just
pump
this week.
The brakes on that. Yeah.
Is it just this week and that's it?
Well, yeah, we might have some more left, so we might have some, but it might not be every day next week.
Got it.
We kind of have to see
That's
how
an occupancy scenario.
Exactly.
Very good. All right, very nice. Well, we're going to add that to the prizes, and of course, that'll be available today, 5:45. That's when we do our trivia, and you could hop on the Bucks bus with us going on the 27th over to Raymond James to check out the Falcons versus the Bucks. That's going to be a damn good football game too.
Not only that, but
it's a divisional game.
Yeah, not to mix things up, but it's all with the Bucks. They
Or
play
conference.
next Monday night against the Ravens here at Raymond James Stadium.
Wow.
We have a pair of tickets on our Instagram page, a pair of tickets for that. Now, you'll have to drive yourself there.
Okay.
But if you go to @RealRadio1041 on Instagram, follow us there. Each week, we're giving away tickets to the Bucks. And, we gave one a pair last week, and I have another pair for next Monday night. Monday Night Football next week will be the Bucks. Well, that means we're in the game right here.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Or you can be there.
Yeah. So anyway, the Bucks bus is happening, man. We hope you hop on, get involved.
2 weeks.
And we'll do that for 2 weeks. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. At the beginning of the show, I told you guys I had an opportunity Friday night to sit down with 4 people who live and work in China. And it was a very unique scenario. I got to talk to them for about an hour and a half. I used some Google Translate, much to their happiness, hearing me try to work out Chinese, which is really interesting. But there's a number of things I asked him, and I think you guys will find the answers kind of interesting. I'll tell you about that next.
Your chance to win tickets to see the Tampa Bay Buccaneers all season long on our Instagram at Real Radio 1041.
From the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center. Lowest prices on the highest quality jewelry. GoldsmithJewelry.com.
Looking at slow traffic in the usual spots on I-4 this afternoon in the Orlando area. For those traveling between the Beach Line and US 27, heavy traffic now reported on Florida's Turnpike between 192 and the Greenway. You can also expect some delays on the Greenway near the Turnpike exit and near Boggy Creek Road. If you see traffic problems today, just make sure to call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Blindster is a family-run business that began in 2010, and we've sold millions of custom blinds, shades, and shutters and received over 100,000 five-star reviews. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
For more information about contests on this station, go to realradio.fm/rules.
You've got so many chances to win big on Hard Rock Bet. Even a small bet can bring in that serious cash. All you need is $1 and a dream.
Unbelievable. They've hit the parlay. Let's go!
Big payouts for every kind of player.
Hard Rock Bet. Roll with us.
Get up to $100 back if your first bet doesn't win. Payable and bonus bet up to $100, not a cash offer. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Please call 1-888-ADMIT.
Is it a cold, allergies, or could it be a sinus issue? Aspire Allergy and Sinus can help you find out. A recent study has shown that 45% of patients who suffer from allergies also suffer from chronic sinus issues that are often left untreated. So ditch those nasal sprays and over-the-counter meds for good and find a solution that actually works. The specialists at Aspire Allergy and Sinus make it easy by identifying the problem and creating a custom plan to tackle it. Go to aspireallergy.com to schedule your appointment. That's aspireallergy.com.
Join Jim Colbert on The Jim Colbert Show for his Cigar of the Week segment every Friday afternoon at 3:45. You can pick up these featured cigars at all 3 Corona Cigar Company locations, Dr. Phillips, Heathrow, and downtown. Learn more at coronacigar.com.
Mike, you got to check out this gadget we just got, the Bartesian. It's like having a full bar in our home.
The Bartesian, huh?
Yeah, everything you need is in these little capsules. Bitters, real fruit juices. Then all you do is add your choice of liquor, and you got the perfect cocktail in under 30 seconds.
Wow.
There's nothing else like it.
For a limited time, get a free 6-cocktail gift when you buy the Bartesian Cocktail Maker. Visit bartesian.com/cocktail to claim your free gift now. That's BARTESIAN.com/cocktail.
Hey, Russ Rollins here. Did you know that in the United States, a heart attack occurs every 40 seconds? My goal is to spread the word about prevention and early detection and help save lives with Life Imaging FLA. I tell everybody about it. They do the scan for your heart and also for cancer screening. And my sister, she's battling stage 4 cancer right now, and she tells everybody, get a scan when you can with Life Imaging FLA. Early detection is a game changer when it comes to early detection of heart disease and cancer, so give them a call and get your free heart scan. Pick up your cell phone, dial pound 250, say the words free heart scan, you'll be connected in seconds. There's a few minimum requirements, but this is a $699 value that's definitely worth it. It's Life Imaging FLA. When you talk to them, ask them about cancer screening. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto-dial text message from iHeartMedia. It's Life Imaging FLA. Pick up your cell phone, dial pound 250, say the words free heart scan, and talk to Life Imaging FLA.
We need your help to protect your right to AM radio in your car. AM is always there in times of need with the key information for our community. The overwhelming majority of legislators support a bill to keep AM radio in cars, but time's running out. Please text the 2 letters AM to 52886 and ask Congress to bring this bill to the floor for a vote now.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month. Text stop to stop. A message from the station.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, Premier Men's Medical Center will get your sex life back in just one visit. Their painless, breakthrough medical treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Premier Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Premier Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments will restore your sex life regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. Plus, you'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients will have their testosterone checked free. Call 407-337-5569. 407-337-5569. To regain your sex life in just one visit, call now. 407-337-5569.
Connection, opportunity, possibility. It's what we all want. Spectrum has built a world where anything is possible, with products and services designed to work better together for a seamless connectivity experience. A connection to family and friends, a connection to education, and a connection to new opportunities. So there's no limit to how big we can dream. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
We are professional grade at Orange Buick GMC. Online at orangebuickgmc.com.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Because you deserve better. Contact them at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Now is your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, credit. C-R-E-D-I-T. Credit. That's credit. Enter it now on our website at realradio.fm. Good luck.
There's only one place to watch this nonsense. At Jim Colbert Show on YouTube.
Happy post-Hurricane Milton Jim Colbert Show. It's Concrete Mike. Learned a valuable lesson during this hurricane. Plug your roof vents, people. I have ceiling damage from water intrusion from wind-driven rain into my vents. I was on my roof at 1:30 in the morning, stuffing them shut with beach towels, and that was fun. So, Jimmy, that big old oak tree, let that thing dry out for 6 months and burn that SOB.
It's not on my property.
Hey, Jimmy, tip for removing those trees a little bit easier. On the chain, there's this little tooth before each blade. You can file that down on a fresh chain, and that's going to open up how much each one of those little blades is going to take out of that tree.
Oh, that's a good point.
Now, the only caveat is there's going to be a little bit of a kickback. But that's up to you and how comfortable you feel with a chainsaw.
Okay,
it's actually really neat when you do that.
Very nice. I got a little bitty chainsaw. It's a little bitty residential chainsaw.
You shouldn't brag about having a little itty bitty chainsaw.
Not a big dog chainsaw.
Is it the kind you plug into an outlet?
It is not.
Okay.
It is. It's a steel. It's a nice. It's a good chainsaw. It's a residential chainsaw. Not really built for taking out big old oak trees. It works fine on smaller trees, like the ones I took out today, where the base is probably about a foot or so. But these things are gigantic. I cannot wrap my arms around how big they are. It would take me and somebody else. Yeah. Oh yeah, dude. 2 of those for sure. The bulb of it is probably 300 pounds. It's a big old hunk of oak.
I used to have a tree saw.
Yeah, that's not going to help me.
You know what a tree saw is?
Isn't it?
Like 6 feet long, and it takes 2 people to operate.
Oh yeah. I'm not
Back
gonna.
and forth.
Yeah,
I'm
not
hand,
gonna,
buddy.
Yeah,
let's go.
No, I got gas. I'm fine. I'll take the chainsaw every day of the week.
And you've got gas?
Yeah,
and a tiny chainsaw?
A chainsaw would make small work of that thing, but yeah, it's just and here's the thing, cutting it up isn't the problem. It's taking it away that's the problem. It's just so much wood, dude. It's so much.
Yeah.
I'll get with that with Ray a little bit later. We'll talk with him around 6:20 about my tree issue. All right, so Friday night, by the way, welcome back. I'm Jim. Devin Jacker here as well. Your 5 o'clock keyword is credit, CREDIT. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. Credit is your 5 o'clock keyword. All right, so my wife deals with, works with a company that deals with China in the textile world, right, for a number of their products. And about once a year, they'll come over and kind of, just talk about the business, what they could expect from each other, what one needs from the other, just kind of one of those tune-up meetings as they come over. By the way, which is no easy deal. It's about an 18 to 24-hour flight, depending on where you lay over and who you fly with to get from China to here. All right. I also found out that traveling as an American to China really isn't that big of a deal. I thought it would be way more complicated because of the relationship we have politically, but apparently not at all. I mean, if you clear out, if you have the right papers, getting into China and going to, Beijing, wherever you want to go, is really not that difficult at all. And to be honest with you, according to them, Americans are quite welcome in China. The other thing I found, by the way, this is not a hit piece. These are just things I talk to these people about. So interestingly, right, they were all younger women, probably in their late 20s to early 30s. All of them were married. All of them had one child. So just give you an idea of who we're talking about, right? As we were talking, I'm trying to be respectful because I don't know what is triggering to people from China. I don't know to ask about their government. I don't know to ask about their freedoms or whether they can or can't read or TV or anything like that. So I kind of steered away from that. And I just asked them, what was your favorite toy growing up? Just to get an idea about their child, what was your favorite toy? What do you think they said? They didn't say anything for a minute, which was weird. It actually took them a few minutes, and I used the translator, and they knew exactly what I was asking. It took them a few minutes to kind of figure out what it was. It was really kind of odd. One was like a deck of cards.
Yeah.
The other one was
a stick?
Not a stick, but it was something kind of very rudimentary like that, and they had to think about it for a minute.
I'd have to think about it.
A soccer ball?
Yeah.
Oh, the only reason I would have to think about it is to kind of delineate between which one of my awesome toys to choose from as a kid.
Right.
Not that I had to.
So, did you think that they grew up poorly, where you were surprised at the answer, or did they reveal that they did not have means and they did not have a lot of toys?
Okay, so basically, I'm going to tell you straight up, I had no idea what to expect.
Right.
I think my preconceived notion of China is that most of the country is maybe, paycheck to paycheck. I don't know. I don't even know how it works over there. I know that you work basically for the government. I know that you're only allowed to make so much money. I know that you're only allowed to do so many things. You're what you can read and what you can hear and what you can see are controlled by the government. I know that, right? Or that's what we think we know.
Right.
They said it's way more progressive than it used to be. And they are completely understanding of what the West's view of them is as well. They are aware of that. But they also understand that our view of them as being more authoritarian isn't really as accurate as it used to be. They said it has changed dramatically in 50 years. Also, language-wise, do you think they speak Chinese or Mandarin Chinese?
Well, I think that would depend on where they live.
What do you think, Jack?
I would guess Mandarin Chinese.
Yeah, Mandarin is the number one.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you hear somebody speaking Chinese, they're speaking Mandarin. And here's the weird thing about it. Like, I just figured this out as well. Did not know this either. Chinese, as we say, hey, he's speaking Chinese, that's actually an old language. Mandarin is the understood Chinese language now, and it just changed. As a matter of fact, they told me that in school, not only is it mandatory for them to learn English in the 5th grade going up, mandatory, no way out, you have to learn English. And theirs was okay, considering they really don't deal with anybody other than their vendors, and usually they have somebody that speaks for them in regards to that, that their English was pretty darn good, compared to my Chinese. But you know what I'm saying? It was really good. But the difference in that Mandarin to Chinese thing is so new that they had to learn Chinese so that they could speak to their parents and their grandparents, because the dialects are so different that if you speak Mandarin, the older generations don't speak that. They speak traditional Chinese. So these kids actually had to learn Chinese in China to be able to talk to their own parents and grandparents, because that separation of languages started about 50 years ago. So they're all in that wheelhouse. Their parents do not speak Mandarin, very little. And depending on, like you said, depending on where they are, it's not really even welcome in some of those older homes, which I thought that was pretty interesting. So what do you think when I asked them what was the number one reason they liked living in China? The number one reason, like when I asked them, what's your favorite thing about living in China? What do you think they said?
Chinese food.
Chinese food? I have to tell you, interestingly, we talked a lot about their food.
Yeah.
And they, and they've traveled around. They don't like American food. They love Chinese food.
Right.
And I said, you guys are right. Chinese food rules. So you win. What do you think they said? It's a very interesting thing. Think politics here for a little bit. Think politics.
Oh, and not having to vote.
No, that's so great. No, that's not it. But, politics may be too broad of a word for what I'm asking here. The number one thing, when I said, what's your favorite thing about living in China?
Government efficiency.
God, you could maybe wrap up in it.
Yeah.
But if you think about it, it really kind of makes sense, right? The safety.
Oh.
They said when they come to America, although they love coming here, because this was one of these young ladies, it was their first trip. The other two, they'd been here like 4 or 5 times. And they said that when they come here, they love coming here because the culture is interesting. There's a lot of different stuff they don't see in China, right? A lot of freedoms they don't have there, but they do not feel safe in America. They don't feel safe here as women. He said, and they were like, in China, they feel safe as a dove. There's no crime like that, no crime against women like that. It does not happen like that. You can walk anywhere at any time of the day. You don't have to worry about being jumped or raped or any of that stuff. It is very, very safe.
I read that about Japan this weekend, too.
The number one thing about living in that country, they said it is unbelievably safe. You feel like you never have to worry about being hurt or harmed by anyone, which I found to be quite interesting. I did not know it. I mean, you could imagine that. They would really button up crime. They have the ability to kind of control all of that. They don't have to deal with the international media, well, except a couple times. But as a rule, you whip somebody's ass in China, you cane them or whatever, if they act like an idiot, you're not going to get blowback in the media because of that. I thought it was very cool. They have to, and the other thing.
This is why you should travel.
They were begging me to come. They're like, you got it. I mean, because the more I talk, you know how guys, I got to get very animated when I talk and I'm excited about something. I just kept getting more and more animated. We actually got the stink eye from a couple tables.
I bet.
We got the stink eye from a couple tables.
Loud?
We're being a little loud. And but it was really fascinating. I enjoyed it. Like I could have just stayed there all night. I told him too, because it was about halfway through it, I broke out Google Translate. And that's when things got real fun. Because imagine, look, I tried to just say like Spanish words on the show, and it's a nightmare.
I thought you were trying to speak Spanish words to them.
No. When I broke out that Google Translate, I go, I'll tell you, let's have some fun. I'll break you this Google Translate, and I'll try to spit some of this Chinese. I wouldn't just show it to them, because what fun is that, right? I'm not going to just show them. I'm trying to say this. I'm trying to like say it, and they are laughing their asses off. Even like 3 or 4 word sentences that seem like it's very easy.
Yeah.
When you see those letters put together, you're not even close.
Nope.
You could try for 20 minutes and you would not be close to what that's supposed to mean. And then the dialects and how they kind of raise their voice and, like that. That's one word. That's one word. And that's spelled. Somebody spelled that.
I know. I am an expert. Because every time I would get Chinese food, I would practice the learn Chinese word in the fortune cookie.
There you go.
With someone who used to work here who was somewhat familiar with the Mandarin.
Oh, Laura?
Yeah.
Yeah, really? I'll be damned.
Yeah. So most recently, last time I had Chinese food, I sent her a voice text, just me saying the word, and then she would text back what she thinks I'm trying to say.
Oh yeah.
Rarely close.
Yeah, and Cam could eat, boy. I'm telling you, that's the funny thing. They used to make fun of her all the time about how much she could eat. And she's a tiny little thing, but they were the sweetest girls. They were very respectful and a lot of fun. I watched one of them eat about a 20-ounce New York strip on her own. I mean, and this girl was like 120 pounds, and she wiped that thing. Like it was, I think she would have eaten it alive. I'm going to be honest. But a really interesting, probably half an hour of my life just talking to these guys. Very, very cool stuff. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us easily at 77031. Something came and went, and nobody paid attention to it, and I wonder how much it cost. I'll tell you what I'm talking about next.
Real Radio is on Threads at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733. Looking at slow traffic in the usual spots on I-4 this afternoon in the Orlando area. For those traveling between the Beach Line and US 27, heavy traffic now reported on Florida's Turnpike between 192 and the Greenway. You can also expect some delays on the Greenway near the Turnpike exit and near Boggy Creek Road. If you see traffic problems today, just make sure to call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Blindster is a family-run business that began in 2010, and we've sold millions of custom blinds, shades, and shutters and received over 100,000 five-star reviews. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
You know, October is supposed to be the scariest month out there, Halloween, all the spooks and goblins, but I got to tell you, man, just inside your chest could be the spookiest place of all, and that is why Life Imaging FLA and their free heart scan is so valuable to you. As you listen to me right now, you never know, man, what's happening. And especially if you have a family that has heart disease issues, you definitely want to employ this scan at Life Imaging FLA. Just a few minimum requirements. It is a $699 value. And look, man, early detection saves lives. Time to be proactive, not reactive. That means get ahead of these situations. With Life Imaging and their free scan, you can get in there and kind of see exactly what's happening. And then, like I did and my wife did, take those discs, those images to your primary care doctor and start building a plan for your long-term health care. If you get ahead of this, it extends your life. That's why we say early detection saves lives. Don't wait. Do what I did. Do what my wife did, our in-laws, and a lot of people here in Central Florida. Get with Life Imaging FLA and get that free heart scan. While you're there, be sure to ask about their cancer screening as well. Like I said, early detection saves lives. Simply pick up your cell phone, dial pound 250, say that keyword free heart scan. That's all you have to do, pound 250. Say the keyword free heart scan. You'll be connected in seconds. It is time to make that call and make this the year you take control of your long-term health care. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto-dial text message from iHeartMedia.
Car crash? Call Klausman. KlausmanLaw.com. That's KLAUSMAN.
Taking an antidepressant but still dealing with stress, mood swings, and trouble sleeping? Maybe your depression medication isn't working as well as it could. Find out by taking part in a clinical research study. Compensation is available to those who qualify and enroll. Call CNS Healthcare at 407-425-5100 or go to cnshealthcare.com to schedule an assessment for more on this depression research study for people who aren't satisfied with their current depression medication. That's cnshealthcare.com.
Is it a cold, allergies, or could it be a sinus issue? Aspire Allergy and Sinus can help you find out. A recent study has shown that 45% of patients who suffer from allergies also suffer from chronic sinus issues that are often left untreated. So ditch those nasal sprays and over-the-counter meds for good and find a solution that actually works. The specialists at Aspire Allergy and Sinus make it easy by identifying the problem and creating a custom plan to tackle it. Go to aspireallergy.com to schedule your appointment. That's aspireallergy.com.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, Premier Men's Medical Center will get your sex life back in just one visit. Their painless, breakthrough medical treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Premier Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Premier Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments will restore your sex life regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. Plus, you'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients will have their testosterone checked free. Call 407-337-5569. 407-337-5569. To regain your sex life in just one visit, call now. 407-337-5569.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Orlando City's back at home for their final regular season match as your Lions take on Atlanta on Saturday, October 19th at 6 p.m., presented by Publix. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com or tune in on Real Radio 104.1 and watch on any device on the Apple TV app. Don't forget to tune in an hour before the match at 5 p.m. to catch Kickoff Minus 60, airing exclusively on the Lion Nation app.
You've got so many chances to win big on Hard Rock Bet. Even a small bet can bring in that serious cash. All you need is $1 and a dream.
Unbelievable. They've hit the parlay. Let's go!
Big payouts for every kind of player.
Hard Rock Bet. Roll with us.
Get up to $100 back if your first bet doesn't win. Payable and bonus bet up to $100, not a cash offer. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Please call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations waiting for you to explore right now. Like Coffee Shop Radio.
It's true, my bad habits lead to you.
Acoustic rock and the greatest singer-songwriters of the 90s to now.
All night, come on, dance with me. I'm levitating.
And Coffee Shop Radio goes commercial-free every weekend.
That was when I ruled the world.
Open the free iHeartRadio app, search Coffee Shop Radio, and listen now.
iHeartRadio.
Free never sounded so good.
This earful of real radio is brought to you by Blue Chew. Find them online at BlueChew.com.
Real, no proof or no radio.
Are you offended? Obviously, we're only kidding. You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show.
Hey, Jim, next time you're without power for a long time, hopefully never again, but use this tip that I used in 2017. I worked for Tomoka Brewing at the time. I grabbed a case of beer that I had. As soon as I saw that power crew, I walked over, introduced myself, pointed out where I lived, and said, thank you very much for how hard you're working. This is for you guys when you get off. I had power back in less than 45 minutes.
Brilliant move.
All right, 407-916-1041. Your 5 o'clock keyword is credit, C-R-E-D-I-T. Get over to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. Credit is your 5 o'clock keyword. Good luck. Hope you win.
Get
I'm
that
Jim.
money.
There's Deb.
Hello.
Jack is here. Mm-hmm. What just came and went that we never even paid attention to because of no. Yeah. It's so funny. My wife has got to go to Nashville tomorrow for business for a couple days, and we're in a time warp. We're in a bubble in Florida. We don't realize how the
much
rest
colder it is up north.
The rest of the world is living right now. But the high right now, I think in Nashville is like 51 degrees. And here we are reveling in the fact that it's 78,
True story. Watching football last night, and I see the coach on the sideline, and so I'm like, Alexa, what's the temperature in Baltimore? And I do that, and then we have a webcam going in our stream as well, and I saw people with parkas in Colorado. It just Yes. It's chillier everywhere.
It's everywhere else, and there's a giant plume of cold air coming down. So obviously we have some cold weather coming in our way. I think Friday or Thursday or whatever, the high is supposed to be like 71.
Yeah, but right now it's 85.
Yeah,
currently.
and the low goes down in the high 50s. But other elsewhere in the world, they're dealing with actual nice fall weather and leaf changes and stuff like that. But no, that's not what came and went. Something did come and go while the hurricane was going. Something that usually we make a big deal about. We actually devote at least one segment to this every year.
Well, we did the Waffle House index.
No. Okay. I mean, it's a massive, massive event. It has its own name.
EDC?
No.
Suds, Pups, and Pints.
No, we did that. Very successful. Raised a little over 7,000.
I gotta hope I have this right.
So this came and went, but we didn't do it.
We didn't do it. Nobody paid attention to it, and it's usually something I bring up every year because of what could be available during this time.
Pumpkin spice?
No. Amazon Prime Days came and went while we were dealing with a hurricane.
Yeah,
right.
So here's but there's really Prime Day is in June.
I understand
and then
that.
they do this deal days.
Yeah.
It was October 8th and 9th, and I am pissed because it was during the storm.
Exactly.
And I love shopping through that stuff, and I hardly,
Jimmy could have found a rate.
and
come
a
on.
rug.
Come on, too soon. But one of why this became a story today is because there's a Newsweek story out there where it's the doorbell camera of a dude reacting to his wife's Amazon deliveries.
Oh boy.
Which basically impede his way to get into the house.
No.
Now, obviously, it made good viral content because, it's a great looking video. Dude walks up and he's just marveling, and there are boxes stacked to the ceiling in the guy's foyer there, before coming into his house. But the reason they say is because they just had a baby and they're starting a new nursery. So all that stuff is like for the nursery. But the thing I was like, when I thought about that, like we were down for a large portion of Florida was down for what, 3 days, 4 days?
In some cases, 5.
And then you would, so during that time, you have to take basically the buying power of Central Florida and wipe it off the books for Amazon.
Oh, the entire state was.
I wonder how much that cost them.
I bet it cost them a lot because also think of all the people in the Southeast, the Carolinas, Tennessee, Georgia, who are also still cleaning up from Hurricane Helene damage. That's another segment of the population that didn't have the money or the time to want to sit and, or even the internet service.
Or the roads to deliver stuff.
Or the roads to deliver
because
stuff.
Because those were washed away. But that's
too soon.
When I saw the Prime thing, I was like, usually we would be talking about because this is the first wave of Christmas shopping, really, if you want to think about it.
Oh, yeah.
That's one of the reasons they do it now. I mean, this is like about what time people are like, okay, well, Christmas is around the corner. Thanksgiving's just really a month and a half away or so.
I've already got Jack's gift.
Exactly.
All
Do you
right.
really?
Yeah.
Do you really? I'll be damned. Hadn't thought about it.
I've had it since summer. We know.
So we're doing gifts this year.
Didn't mean to surprise you, Jimmy.
Wasn't aware. There's so many changes, guys. So many changes.
I like that I like doing it when you travel because last year I got Jimmy's gifts when I was in Asheville and traveling.
Yeah, I'll do. Go ahead.
Oh, too soon.
Yeah, it is too soon.
It is because I forgot you were just there.
You were just there, weren't you? Damn, dude.
In the summer.
Yeah, you were just there. Crazy.
A year ago.
Yeah.
A year ago, right?
No, I don't think it was. Was it, buddy? I think it was just earlier this year, was it not?
I think it was. I think it was your
head hurts.
May trip.
Yeah. You took the trip up to the Carolinas to go see your family and stuff earlier this year.
Last summer.
Was it last summer? Are you sure?
Was it this year?
Yeah, I'm telling you, dude. I think it was this year.
What day is it?
Today's the 14th of October.
It was this year.
It was.
Oh
this
my
year.
God.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, you took a whole
crazy.
trip and went up to the Carolinas, saw your sister, and went up there, and went into Asheville. Didn't you guys?
Look at who's got the memory now.
You didn't do the Biltmore though, did you?
I did, and it was last year.
I think you're wrong.
No, I know because it's when I first got my car in April, and it was a trip I took in June.
All right.
It was last year in June.
So you're wrong, Jimmy.
I don't feel like I'm wrong, but I'm just going to go with it because I hate arguing.
Do you though?
Do you?
Well, with you, I do. The pain in my ass. I want to argue with people that matter. Well, you matter. I'm not trying to say that. Get out of here. All right, 407-916-1041. I was trying to see if I could find some numbers, but I could not. What they usually make, because it was hard to break it down per state. You know, we know what the national number is in the billions, of course.
Because they're still crying, going, why didn't we reschedule? Florida couldn't play.
Yeah, but this is the time usually we'd go over like the best deals from Prime Days and you know, what people are looking at. Usually it's the hot electronic item people are getting. But, man, none of that here in Central Florida, not unless you can deliver power in a box.
Come on, man.
And a rake.
Yeah, and a rake. That's so terrible. My wife actually she even tried to buy one on Facebook Marketplace, and they stopped contacting her. They ghosted her after they ghosted my wife over a used rake.
Because then they realized they needed it.
She was on the road with cash in hand. And she's like, hey, I'm on the way. No answer. Hey, I thought we had a deal. No answer.
Yeah, people suck.
For a rake. I mean, what the most could be? Look, you could have probably bought 50 of them for $20 on Facebook Marketplace October 1st.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Not now, though. They were all gone everywhere. And, man, there's so much debris. Is there debris out on your
it's, I mean, even the drive into work here, you still have to kind of ride that center line because there's so much debris. You don't want your car to get scratched.
Our street here, it went from 2 lanes down to 1.
How are they going to get all that? It's going. You think power took a while? And I told my wife is like, put it out by the curb, you know, out in that area there in front of our house, and they'll come and get it. And I'm like, you're right. They're going to come and get it. Here's the problem. It's going to kill our grass. It's going to kill the grass because the entire front of our yard, we have an area there we got a loop driveway. So, we have 2 entrances into the place.
Another flex.
No, stop. It's not a flex. Just a stupid driveway, and it's falling apart. You want to buy me a new one? But when you get in there, like we have that easeway, right? That's like 10 feet before you get into some bushes and whatnot. That's completely covered in debris. Everything under that's dying.
Well,
I was like, just let me take it back there and burn it. That's going to take forever. I'm like, well, your grass is going to die. So take your pick.
Polk County just started debris pickup. Of course, you're going to want to go with your individual county. Orange County has already opened up 4 spots where you can bring your debris, and then they're going to do the claw. But what a lot of people don't realize, I learned this myself with Chris, was that they can't contract debris pickup until they know what kind of debris they need to pick up.
Right.
Because now you have to get your bids, right? Your 3 bids, because a lot of cities, you can't just take the first, guy who shows up.
Unless the commissioner has a brother in the business.
You have to get your bids. Then you have to also do a contract with the dump where you're taking it to.
Right.
So a lot of that stuff can't really happen until after the storm has passed and they have some idea what they're going to be picking up. But they've already started in several counties, so it shouldn't be that long before they come with the claw, and start.
So my question is, do you still have regular yard waste pickup?
I believe so, because they already know where they take that stuff to.
Right.
I don't. So that would be
if it's in a can and it's your regular yard waste stuff that you put out there.
Yes.
Those should be coming and going,
Yeah,
right?
but there's no way there's no way to tell which is which.
I mean, know.
Look,
that's why I asked.
Well, that's why it has to be in the can.
Between the 3 houses, my house and the house right and left of me, just our 3 houses, we could fill up 3 dump trucks. No question. No question. It wouldn't even be hard. That much stuff. Just my yard alone is a dump truck. And I'm not even done with the 2 trees in the back. And I saw them going around. Are they chipping this up? Because I also saw maybe that's what you're talking about there, because I have straight up trees. Like I have logs, not debris. These are logs that you cannot wrap your hands around. They're that big. But I also have a number of just branches and stuff, small stuff. So I wonder if they're trying to figure out where to take those wood chippers, because I have seen the large trucks that have the big, huge wood chippers behind them. They're everywhere right now as well.
Right.
They're not they're not power company related, but they kind of look like power company trucks. So I wonder if they're hand in hand, but that would be the most efficient way to do it. I just don't know if they're doing it that way.
I just learned, as I am searching this yard waste problem for my city, it says FEMA has declared Seminole County, and I'm sure your county as well, as a designated disaster area following Hurricane Milton, which means FEMA now applies. Jimmy, you could get $750 for your refrigerator stuff.
Can I? But I didn't lose anything. I'm not going to do that. Can I apply it to this tree?
Oh, that's right. You had the.
Yeah, I had a generator, buddy. Yeah. I didn't lose anything. We didn't even lose ice. We got so lucky to get a generator thanks to the guys over at Tools Ace Hardware.
You can't stop flexing.
No, stop. Stop. Just because I didn't lose ice. That's a flex. Yeah, I kept my power bars cold.
Oh, yeah. No, I had an ice crisis.
Did you really?
Yeah.
A crisis?
Yeah. I made a bunch of
bourbon balls.
Bourbon balls for my drinks. And they went from racquetball size down to golf ball size.
Oh, that's not going to.
Don't you hate it when
That's
that
not going to
happens,
cool your
Jeff?
drink.
They went back in Gen Pop with the other ice. I don't care.
General population with square ice.
Yeah.
You get over there with the commons.
Yeah. I started making new ones.
Yeah. I'm going to roll your fancy ass over there to these hardcores.
Somebody just texted us at 77031, said City of Melbourne. Home Coast says they're picking everybody's up on Wednesday, the only day.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, exactly.
Look, I just can't imagine. I mean, look, again, just my route out of my neighborhood seemingly has enough to fill up at least 3 or 4 or 5 dump trucks. I'm not joking. That's not an exaggeration. The pile. It took a guy with a skid steer with a claw on the front of it. Those ones that you see moving, gigantic. It took that guy 3 hours to dump all the stuff that he dumped out of the guy's yard next door to me out onto the road. It is a debris pile bigger than it's as big as a dump truck, just sitting there on the side of the road.
So that's why, they have to assess, okay, how much of this debris do we have to pick up? Who do we have to contract to come and get it?
Okay, I did confirm for anyone listening to Winter Springs, yard waste on schedule.
Really?
This Wednesday. Let's go. Let's go.
The yard waste is not. I mean, I just want to make sure the garbage is picked up.
Isn't it funny to say that yard waste?
Yeah.
When it's like, you mean the whole yard that got wasted?
Man, I don't know. We haven't really talked about. I have this bush thing in the front yard. I don't even know what it is. It's just some stupid plant in my front yard. It was like 2 of these tree things. They almost looked like it was almost like a tree that grew vines. It was like switches. Like if you remember switches, and when you were a kid, you got your ass whipped by a switch.
Ever get one from a willow tree?
It was like a tree that just grew switches. My grandmother would have loved it.
Yeah,
but it got blown so hard that it looked like just parted hair. It looked like Gene Simmons's hair. Like somebody just took it and pulled it all the way back, and it just became a hairnet. And we actually wound up cutting it all down and just ruined it. It peeled the leaves off of it.
Yeah. Well, look at the landscaping in the front of the radio station, Jimmy. We were marveling after we were leaving after the storm that all of those plants had literally, like someone just came and
pulled them up.
Yeah. Pulled them out of the ground.
Yeah. Like literally
all the landscaping.
Like grabbed them by the bottom and just pulled the root bulb out of the ground.
Some of these trees that you see on its side, I'm surprised at the lack of roots.
Yeah.
It's like I would have thought it, I always imagined it goes as far out as the branches do on top.
I would have thought that as well, just kind of leverage wise, right?
Maybe it's just where it's breaking off, but you see a lot of them just flipped over.
Yeah,
Like, of course it couldn't stand.
Now, what I did have is I had a number of pretty large branches break down as well, but they were all about, like the size of like a dinner plate or, just a saucer or whatever, like that size branch. But the 2 that fell down uprooted, like Jack was saying, the root bulb itself kind of turned over.
They're that big.
And the other one was an older oak tree, and it's one of those that have a giant root at the bottom, but 2 trees grow out of the bottom of it. This one split in half because the one side is still standing and the other side fell over. So now, more than likely, why do one if you're not going to do the other? Because it's just going to take a big fart to blow that one over. I don't even want to go in my backyard right now. I don't.
I haven't even been.
Like I
haven't even finished my backyard, and ours is the size of a postage stamp.
The front yard looks okay now. We did some work in it this weekend. It looks okay, and you look at that backyard, and you're like, "What happened? What happened?" It's like a witch's house. It's just a bunch of gnarly branches and overgrown everything.
Yeah,
just hours and hours of work. Oh God. Oh, thank God I have rakes.
Wow.
Oh, wait a minute.
We live in Winter Haven. Our yard waste was picked up Friday morning. We cleared our debris Thursday, and everything is gone.
Really? Yeah, that's great, man. Polk County.
Winter Springs reports large-scale debris collection begins tomorrow with crews that'll work in 2 teams simultaneously. Both sides of the city will get done.
Yeah, I'm guessing you don't think they work on power and then do that in conjunction, right? All of Seminole County has power back, do they not?
I can look. I doubt.
Yeah. By the river, maybe not.
I heard reports that some people in Castleberry were still
out.
So with the presidential declaration yesterday, right? With those 34 counties, that could have been what counties were really, as people finish cleaning up. because someone texted us, I've done debris collection for 3 storms. Municipalities either do their own or they do a FEMA contractor to get reimbursement.
Yeah, because the people who fixed my power were not with Duke Energy. They were contracted by either FEMA or the Duke Energy company to come down and help them do that. It was one of the crews from elsewhere.
Okay, so I'm checking power outage map. Seminole County has just 390 people out of the 230,000. Orange County, 1,600 are still out, and that's 650,000.
Yeah, how many in Lake?
In Lake County, you have 1,300 still out.
Okay.
Over 202,000 people.
So I wonder if, and you said in Polk County, though, they've already started, that's Winter Haven, right? They've already started the debris pickup. It's all said and done.
Polk County was starting today.
And they got hit hard,
Yeah,
though.
they have 6,500 still out.
Wow.
But they also have 379,000 still in the county. Now, that all comes in under the blue on the map. But what's still significant is all along the coast. You have Manatee County, Pinellas, Hillsborough.
Yeah. That's where they really got slammed. And by the way, this is a good point that somebody reminded us about in the texting service, that treated materials go in a construction debris pile. So don't put like broken fences or fence posts, or don't put that in with your regular vegetative debris. That needs to go in a separate.
Just because it comes from your yard does not necessarily make it yard waste.
Exactly, and it doesn't.
Hey, Jack, hold on.
Write that one down.
I got to do the math on this one. Give me a second. Nah, he's right. Look at there.
1,100 people in Brevard still without power.
Well, the reason I asked is I wonder if what happened was that they'd moved on to the debris collection because mostly the power situations were over, but I don't guess it works like
different
that.
Crews, different
crews.
But you wouldn't think that they would want to kind of interact with each other. Like when the Duke crew pulled up to my house, or the power crew, they took up the entire road. Like there would be nowhere for a debris collection agency to get in and even get it. So that's kind of why I asked that question. If the power companies are still out doing repairs, and the debris people are trying to do their job as well, would that be overwhelming?
They'll just work around them.
I guess so.
Yeah.
But you have too many people that are just like you, Jim, that want to know when is their power coming back on.
Yeah,
Actually,
for sure.
I'm looking, Volusia for Central Florida. Volusia is the big one with over 5,000.
Still out?
Yeah, still out.
Damn.
Yeah.
All right, 407-916-104. And you wonder how many of those are just because of the accessibility. In Seminole County, some of those places aren't going to get power because the power trucks can't get back there. The flooding of the river.
Well, they don't want to electrify a house that's got,
exactly.
It's got water in it.
All right, 407-916-1041. Don't forget your 5 o'clock keyword is credit, CREDIT. Go over to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. We'll take a little break, come back and do this trivia with cool stuff, man. Tickets and a chance for you to hop on the Brew Bus and head to Tampa with us on October 27th for the Bucks and the Falcons game. We'll do that next.
The News Junkie, weekdays at 11 on Real Radio 104.1.
This is Doug Gottlieb. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by MD Now.
The Lions handed the Cowboys their worst home loss ever in the Jerry Jones era. Detroit's everything Dallas wants to be. Tough, clever, efficient, physical, fun to watch. You can't take the Cowboys seriously, can you, really? They had an offseason filled with drama, dealing with Dak and CeeDee's contracts. Now they have a top-heavy roster. They're just another team in the NFC. I'm Colin Cowherd.
Coming down with something and don't know what it is? Know now at MD Now. Their physician-led team can test for, diagnose, and treat a variety of illnesses. Just walk in or use their convenient web check-in. Visit mdnow.com and get back to better.
As we continue to clean up after Hurricane Milton and take assessment of our property and homes, having the best windows and doors can truly make the difference. The folks at Renewal by Andersen are seeing firsthand the incredible performance of Renewal by Andersen windows and doors in the face of the storms that have been hitting Central Florida. They're having hundreds of clients reaching out to share their experiences. For example, they're hearing people say how they couldn't have made it through the storm without their windows and doors from Renewal by Andersen, how their kids felt so safe because the windows provided such an amazing sound barrier. Well, that's because Renewal by Andersen's windows and doors combine chic design with custom-built craftsmanship, providing impact resistance against Florida's extreme weather. And that impact resistance adds a layer of safety for you and your family especially during hurricane season, and even more so if you live on Florida's coast. Visit bestwindowsflorida.com to see all the beautiful design and hardware options available. Official partner of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, license number CGC 1527613.
A noisy garage door is a cry for help that often requires only simple maintenance. However, if left untreated, could lead to costly repairs. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello from A1 Garage Door Service. Don't wait until a simple garage door repair becomes a major problem. If your garage door is noisy, if bugs are getting in, or if it struggles to open, your garage door is in need of repair. From simple repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one. We fix garage doors fast and with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. Our springs, rollers, and openers are tested by running them up and down, open and closed, all day, 24/7, so you can feel confident with every A1 garage door repair. Replacing the bottom rubber on your garage door can have a huge impact on the number of bugs you see in your garage and in your home. Keep those creepy crawlers outside by calling A1 Garage Door Service today and receive the best service, best parts, and best warranty in the industry.
A1Garage.com. A1 from day one.
Call today and take advantage of our $29.95 tune-up special.
Splish Splash, Central Florida. RC Hill here from RC Hill Mitsubishi. If you're going off the deep end on a car you hate, bring it to me, and I'll give you up to $5,000 more than Kelley Blue Book value. Like the brand new 2024 Outlander. $1 down, $399 a month, including taxes and fees. And save up to $8,500. You can check out the 2024 Mirage 43 miles per gallon lifetime warranty. I'm RC Hill. I'm your car dealer next door. Visit me at rchill.com. That's rchill.com.
Visit rchill.com for details.
Join the Monsters in the Morning live broadcast from Touchstar Cinemas for the red carpet premiere of Daisy Del Toro's new movie, Melt on This Music. Friday, October the 18th, starting at 6 a.m. 2 chances for you to be one of the first people to catch the new film, 9 a.m. and 11 a.m. Get your tickets now at RealRadioMonsters.com. General admission and VIP packages available starting at just $15. Oh, I almost forgot. Tequila Del Toro and Triple R blended whiskey specials sold at the bar. The red carpet premiere of Daisy Del Toro's new movie, Melt on This Music, Friday, October 18th, starting at 6 a.m. All the information and tickets are available at RealRadioMonsters.com.
Worried about buying or selling your home? Don't be. The Nickley Group with Keller Williams Realty does real estate differently, with buying and selling solutions faster than you could say, more tape? Nationally ranked and locally loved, TNG sells homes 2 times faster for an average of over 20,000 more. So ditch the stress ball. Check out the Nickley Group's over 3,000 5-star reviews. Get a guaranteed cash offer for your home today. Visit thenickleyGroup.com.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations for you to explore right now, like Coffee Shop Radio.
Bad habits lead to you.
Yeah, they were all yellow.
Just search Coffee Shop Radio and listen now on your free iHeart app. Free never sounded so good.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Marijuana is scientifically proven to be safer than alcohol, but casual marijuana users are treated like dangerous criminals. It's time for a change, and law enforcement officers across Florida agree. Here's Bradford County Sheriff Gordon Smith with more.
Using marijuana doesn't make you a bad person, and it's time we stop ruining lives over it. I'm a Republican sheriff, and I'm voting yes on Amendment 3 for safe, tested, regulated marijuana for adults. Amendment 3 will get marijuana laced with Chinese fentanyl off our streets and save countless Florida lives. With more funding for law enforcement to crack down on the real criminal, it's time. Vote yes on Amendment 3.
Amendment 3, legal marijuana for adults, safe, regulated, lab tested, and from a store, not the street. Get the facts at yeson3.com.
Paid political advertisement paid for by Smart and Save Florida, 1400 Village Square Boulevard, Suite number 3321, Tallahassee, Florida, 32312.
Divorce? Call Trenley and Kramer, TK Law, onefirmforlife.com.
This is why YouTube was created at Jim Colbert Show on YouTube. Subscribe and watch.
Hey guys, just mowing grass. About the trees. If they get watered frequently, they tend to not grow as many roots as they should. Because why would they? They're getting their water.
Exactly.
So I call them lazy trees, fat trees, because they're just easy to topple over. So yeah, you can pick it back up and stake it down and it'll keep growing. Mow your grass.
And don't throw your doggy doo-doo bags in the yard waste. Save that for the trash can that goes with the regular garbage.
Yeah.
You hear that? Thank God for the garbage people.
That is a good sound.
And that's just regular trash. Can't imagine how they're going to pick up all this yard debris.
Mm-hmm. Big claw. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Welcome back. I am Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Jack is here as well.
Oh, hell yeah, I am.
All right. Play a little game. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Kind of forgot how this went.
I know.
Ask me what's in the Jackie sack.
Well, I usually say welcome back, Deborah, and then, hey, Jack, what do we have in the Jackie sack today, buddy?
Oh, man.
Wait a minute. No train?
Oh, that's right.
I haven't done it yet.
I know. That's what we're supposed to do it before that, aren't we?
No.
Yeah,
You said
yeah.
what's in Jackie's sack, and I said, oh, man, wait till you
that's
believe
right.
I'm going to say all aboard.
Chugga, chugga.
Choo-choo.
Clickety-clack, clickety-clack.
All right, here's the deal.
Yeah, we're a mess.
What happened, man?
Get this back on
All
track.
right.
One
mess.
hurricane. I forgot who the hell I was.
It's Monday. I got 3 different prizes.
Whoa, look at you.
3 different prizes in the Jackie sack. So you get to choose. You could either have a pair of tickets to A Petrified Forest, Societies in Shadow, Central Florida's premier scare trails, select nights now through November 2nd.
Good ass time.
Or, let's see, you can have tickets to see Orlando City take on Atlanta United. That's this Saturday at Inter & Co Stadium. It is the final game of the regular season. It's a home game for us, and you can be there this Saturday. Brought to you by WG Sports Center. Man, if that wasn't it, it's not. There's more.
There's more?
A pair of tickets
Whoa.
to join Jimmy and myself on our Bucks Bus, the JCS Bucks Bus, on the 2 weeks from yesterday. We are talking October 27th, Saturday morning. We get on a bus here in Maitland. We go to the Tampa Bay Bucks game. They take on the Atlanta Falcons. And then we come back here to Maitland, and you can join us if that's the prize you choose, if you are today's winner for JCS Trivia. Jackie Sack is brought to you by
Cento Family Moving and Storage. Give them a call if you've got a move coming up. They can handle it. Doesn't matter if your move is local, long distance, residential, or even commercial. But it does matter that you mention the Jim Colbert Show, because that angry man is going to get you a discount. Book them today at CentoMoving.com. That's CENTO moving.com. Clickety-clack, back to you.
Thank you, Deb.
Sure.
Jack, who goes first today, buddy?
Scott,
right up top. Scotty, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How about you, Jim?
Doing good, boss. Would you like to play a little game with us?
I would love to.
Let's do it.
Want to play a game?
Okay.
All right, Scott, this is a real easy game. Got a question here for you. 4 answers. One of these answers is untrue. But if you can seek that out and find it, I'll send you over to the Jackie Sack, where plenty of cool stuff awaits, including a trip for us over to see the Bucks play on October 7th or 27th as they play the Atlanta Falcons. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Here we go, buddy. It's National Real Sugar Day.
Hey.
That's right. Here are 3 fun facts about sugar and 1 nasty cavity of a lie. All right, buddy, we're talking about sugar. Which one of these is untrue? Number 1, sugar was introduced to the West as a spice, not a sweetener. Number 2, the fruit that has the most sugar with 15.5 milligrams per serving is grapes. Number 3, eating too much sugar can wrinkle your skin prematurely through a process called glycation. Or lastly, cats can't taste sugar. Which of those is a lie?
Let's go with the first one.
No, dude, that's absolutely true, by the way. Sugar was introduced to the West as a spice, not a sweetener. Columbus brought sugar to the States by bringing cane seeds from the Dominican Republic.
Oh, and it probably was brown sugar or molasses, right? Because the process to make it white sugar.
That's right. They didn't do that at that point. It would have been cane sugar, like brown sugar, turbinado sugar. Who's next? Jeff right there on line 4. Jeff, how you doing?
Hey, good, Jim. Can I hear the questions again?
Yeah, buddy. I'm going to do that for you for sure. We're talking about sugar here. Which one of these is untrue? The fruit that has the most sugar with 15.5 milligrams per serving is grapes. Number 2, eating too much sugar can wrinkle your skin prematurely through a process called glycation. Or lastly, cats can't taste sugar. Which of those is a lie?
I'll say the first one.
That's the one, buddy. You're a winner! Hey, listen, just out of curiosity, which fruit do you think does have the highest milligram sugar count per serving? And I'll give you an example. It is 4 times or 3 times more than the grape.
Pineapple.
No, I'll put you on hold. All right, which one do you think it is, guys? What fruit do you think per serving has more milligrams of sugar than the others? Monkeys love them.
Bananas.
No.
Grapes.
No, the grapes was the answer.
Figs.
Figs have more sugar than any other fruit per milligram.
I'm not sure I ever had a fig if it wasn't in the Newton.
Yeah. They're sticky, gummy messes, by the way.
Oh, they're delicious.
Oh, but man, they power monkeys like crazy. And for vegetables, it's yams. Eating too much sugar can wrinkle your skin prematurely through a process called glycation.
I knew that wasn't a lie because you could pronounce it.
Right, exactly. And then, believe it or not, cats do not have sweet receptors on their tongues. That's why cats don't have sweet tooth, but dogs do. Dogs love sweets. Cats don't care because cats can't taste them.
Did not know that.
I did not know that either.
That is cool.
Yeah. A couple other things you need to know.
My cat has a chicken receptor on his tongue.
And anything meat receptor.
Mine has garlic mashed potatoes receptor and the milk in my glass. Get your face out of my milk.
My daughter's cat has a slow lizard receptor. Because if you're slow around that bitch, she will snatch you up. Sugar is a top 5 soft traded commodity in the world. Can you name the other 4?
Coffee.
Yep.
Oh, that's a good one.
Salt.
No.
Rice.
No.
Flour.
Grain.
Wheat is one. Grain, that one.
Okay.
So you have sugar and wheat.
Sugar, wheat, coffee.
Coffee's one.
Yeah. Cocaine.
No, that's great. Close to it, though.
Cocoa.
There you go. Cocoa's one. And then the last one you wear.
Cotton.
Cotton is the answer. There you go.
Wow.
Those are the top 5 soft traded commodities in the world. Let's see. The first written mention of sugar was in Sanskrit from 400 BC, but it's been consumed by humans for over 10,000 years.
Wow.
The average American consumes how many pounds of sugar per year?
25.
26.
He shawed you, but he should not even get the answer. You ready for this? Depending on where you are in the world, because some countries really love sweets, like us, Germany, Sweden.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, Great Britain.
Anywhere from 55 to 76 pounds a year.
I knew it was stupid. I knew it was a stupid amount.
That is a stupid amount of sugar.
You eat a 12-year-old of sugar every year. And then lastly here, consuming too much sugar can make you, and if this is a guy, not good.
Impotent.
That's right, it can.
Really?
Eating too much sugar can actually make you impotent.
Well, it's so bad for you.
Yeah. It powers all the bad stuff in your body.
But it's so good.
It's so good, it is.
Gummy nerds.
Especially when you mix it with cocoa, it's so bad. All right, 407-916-1041. Got another keyword for you at the top of the hour. Let me see what else we're going to talk about here. Let me see what. Oh, 2 things. There's a 30-year anniversary of something today, and the box office was a little odd this weekend, but the #1 movie, I can't really believe it. I'll tell you all about that next.
Why follow Real Radio on Instagram? Because we want to send you to see the Tampa Bay Bucks in an upcoming home game. Each week this NFL season, you have a chance to win tickets. Check our feed at Real Radio 1041 on Instagram.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
Seeing delays in the usual spots on I-4 this afternoon in the Orlando area for those traveling by the major attractions exits, with the heaviest delays reported between the Beach Line and US 27. Traffic slowing down on the Turnpike between the Greenway and US 192. Still looking at activity causing delays northbound on the Greenway between the Turnpike and Landstar Boulevard. If you see traffic problems this afternoon, just make sure to call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by LifeLock.
Every 3 seconds, there's a new victim of identity theft in the U.S. This Cybersecurity Awareness Month, get LifeLock for comprehensive identity theft protection. LifeLock alerts you to suspicious activity of your personal information. Start your 30-day free trial at lifelock.com/cybersafety.
Real Radio wants to provide you with the assist for your holiday shopping by putting $1,000 in your hand before the holidays. We're talking about $1,000 13 times a day. Simply listen for the keywords to win $1,000 weekdays from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Take that keyword and enter it on our website, realradio.fm. Whether you do that on your phone or computer, we don't care. What we do care about is that you answer your phone from a number you most likely will not recognize when they call back the winner, because that's how you get $1,000 in your hand. This contest sponsored locally by Mills Air.
Mills Air, been in business since 1992. That's over 30 years. Carrier factory authorized dealer. Rebates up to $1,275 for brand new Carrier units. Turn to the experts. Carrier. And you can always turn to the experts at millsair.com.
Mr. World here. Just watching a scary movie with my eyes covered. Which reminds me, my eyes are also covered by my vision insurance, and I need to hurry to Eyeglass World and use my benefits by the end of the year. You know, before they expire. Like that poor guy.
Use your vision insurance today to buy one pair of glasses and get 40% off the second pair at Eyeglass World. Visit eyeglassworld.com to schedule your exam online and for offer details.
Deep in the back of your mind, you've always had the feeling that there's something strange about reality. There is. Stuff to Blow Your Mind, an iHeart podcast that dives deep into the mysteries of the universe. With more than 2,500 episodes ready to listen, Stuff to Blow Your Mind will guide you through the strange, the bizarre, and the mind-blowing. Listen to Stuff to Blow Your Mind on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Stuff to Blow Your Mind to start listening.
Get your lawn ready for fall with help from Tools Ace Hardware and Steel Outdoor Power Equipment. Stop by one of Tools' 11 Steel locations with service and repair centers for a tune-up on your equipment, or take advantage of fall savings on blowers, trimmers, and more. Right now, save $50 on the gas-powered MS250 chainsaw or the battery-powered BGA 57 handheld blower. At Tools, we service what we sell, which means you can bring in your Steel Outdoor Power Equipment to one of our 11 locations for any repairs or warranty issues. Tools is here to help with 13 locations in Central Florida. Visit toolsacehardware.com to find a location near you. Tools Ace Hardware, your local helpful place.
You've heard of a pro tip. Here's a mo tip. After an accident, the insurance company may make you a quick offer to go away. They may also be offering you pennies on the dollar. Injured on the go? Just call Mo. Mo DeWitt, Orlando attorney.
Sunnyside Air Conditioning.
Oh, hi. My air conditioner is blowing hot.
For air conditioners making a funny noise, press 1.
No, it's...
Try to listen to the whole message before making a selection.
Sorry.
For air conditioners blowing cold, but not quite cold enough, press 2.
No, it's blowing hot.
I haven't gotten to that one yet.
Well, can we speed this up?
Don't get grumpy with me, or I'll take you back to the main menu.
No, anything but that. Please don't send me back to the main menu.
Fine, but I'm watching you.
Bet if I'd called Frank Gay, I'd already be getting my problem solved.
But you didn't call Frank Gay. So, what do we do now?
I'm calling Frank Gay.
When your air conditioner is blowing hot, you need a solution now. A helpful operator to guide you, all your options explained, and your problem fixed fast. That's the Frank Gay way.
If you're ready to pull your hair out, press 7.
That's the Frank Gay way.
FrankGayServices.com.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Cento Family Moving and Storage is Central Florida's trusted source for local and long-distance moving. From packing to delivery, Cento Moving is fully licensed and insured to provide you a seamless moving experience so you can enjoy your new home in no time. Get a quote today at CentoMoving.com. Forget the stress, move with the best.
Connection
opportunity, possibility. It's what we all want. Spectrum has built a world where anything is possible, with products and services designed to work better together for a seamless connectivity experience. A connection to family and friends, a connection to education, and a connection to new opportunities. So there's no limit to how big we can dream. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman & Lind Studios. Why Kaufman & Lind? Because clients and character matter. Contact them at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS-FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Real Radio has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, GRAND, G-R-A-N-D, GRAND. Enter it now on our website at realradio.fm and answer your phone if you get the call. Good luck.
There's only one place to watch this nonsense. At Jim Colbert Show on YouTube.
Hey, Colbert Show.
What's up, buddy?
Travis from Palm Coast. I actually live in Bunnell now.
Oh, wow.
I had a couple trees fall. One fell on my carport and nearly smashed my truck, which was under it, but it didn't hurt the truck. And it's funny to me because there are trees in my yard that I thought for sure would be the ones to come down, and they weren't the ones that came down. And I also have a 4-foot tall, 8-foot long debris pile to be picked up by the claw. So there's that.
Yep.
See y'all.
See you, buddy.
Hey, listen, I'm not trying to tell Real Radio how to make money. They've been doing it for over 30 years. They're doing a great job at it. But if we can somehow get the audio of Jim Colbert trying to speak Chinese
oh, yeah,
at
but
that restaurant, it might be the most popular segment in the history of 30 years of Real Radio.
Let me see if
that has got to be gold.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, I would love to hear it.
Oh, let me see if I have my Google Translate is still up. Hold on. It is not, unfortunately. Oh my God, I was Google Translate crazy this weekend. So much fun.
But and I used this, well, I didn't use it. My cab driver in Dominican Republic used it, where he would say something and then just show me, and then I could see it in English, and then, I did it back to him, and he could, understand it in Spanish. However, we were reading what each other was saying translated to our native language.
Yeah.
You would translate it and then make the attempt. And I applaud you for your effort. I think that's fantastic.
He said they probably that's the hardest they've ever laughed.
There is no question one of them almost had to go to the bathroom. I'm going to be honest with you, by the way. Okay, so I just typed into Google Translate, what is your name? And this is the kind of stuff I was doing, like real rudimentary, donde es el baño kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
And this is in Spanish or in Chinese, according to Google Translate. Now, again,
this is going to be good.
Now, here's the problem. And the other thing, too, is how in the order in which they read things. It's much like Spanish in the sense that I guess the descriptive adjectives can appear differently as opposed to English, like they're the end of the sentence or something. No?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of it.
Yeah, so this is how you would say, this is what I was doing all night, right?
Okay.
This is exactly what
Wait.
So
everyone, we're going to give you a 3 count so you know to hit record.
No, stop.
Alexa, record this.
We're doing this. We were doing this back and forth, and in other words, I would just type in a question, and they would lean in. They were loving this. And I can only imagine what they were saying in Chinese to me.
Right.
And all I know is Big Dumb American came to Ning Jiao Ni Meng Za. Clear as a bell. What's your name? Chinese.
Terrible.
What do you mean it's terrible? You don't know if it's terrible or not.
It's terrible.
It could be
sounded
terrible. It'd be perfect. Can I tell you? Oh, Jack, you're so awful. But when you sit across from them and they're talking to each other,
talk to them, Jimmy.
Ninja nu sha xing ya. Nailed it. I'm moving there tomorrow. I hear it's very affordable.
Good luck with that.
Right, 407 916
Wait, I'm sorry, wait. I just had the vision that maybe I'll make our next show promo as just you speaking Chinese with no other explanation. What are you saying?
Hey, hold on. Let me put. I'll type in today on the Big Show.
Ni hao
today,
apparently is hello in Mandarin.
Today on
Ni hao.
Ni hai is a type of soda.
It is. I love that, especially peach.
All right, I'm going to say today on the Big Show. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Oh. Nailed it. I'm telling you, man. Like, I could do business in Chinese right now. I don't even know if that's close. I'm going to be dead honest with you. All right, 407-916-1041. By the way, your 6 o'clock keyword is grand, G-R-A-N-D. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. Grand, by the way, is your 6 o'clock keyword. That kind of came off a little disrespectful. like I was mocking them, but I promise you I was not. That was a legitimate effort at speaking those words. Like,
why do we do that,
Hold on. Let me show you. Hold on.
Why do we affect that accent?
I don't know, but look. This is not an accent, Jack. Here, look.
Is not an accent?
You try reading that. Deb is going to try breaking this down.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. See, and by the way, before you even start, it sounds nothing like it's written.
Jiantian Yai Daijing Yanchu Zhong.
Something like that.
I guess. But then you hit the little thing down here. Oh, it's supposed to tell you.
It's supposed to tell you.
Yeah.
Maybe my speaker's on.
Okay, hang on a second. Okay, we're going to
But
do
that was her normal voice.
Yeah.
Like, was doing it.
Yeah, there you go.
That
Not even close. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
And there's spaces. Even though the words don't have spaces, there's spaces. Like there's this one word that was like 13 letters long or whatever, and I said it like it was one word, and they started laughing their asses off, and that one word is like a full sentence inside a sentence.
Man. The Russian nesting dolls of language.
Oh, yeah. Oh, if I take this thing to China, I'm definitely going to wind up in prison. There's no question. Anyway. Okay, 30-year anniversary. Before we went to break, I said this is a 30-year anniversary of something, and it's a 30-year anniversary of something that Jack loves. And I happen to think that this...
Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, that's exactly the answer.
Is it?
Yeah.
Give yourself a dong.
30-year...
Make it Asian.
The 30th anniversary of the movie Pulp Fiction. I have to tell you, there are a lot of movies that I've liked in my life that I think when you walk out of the movie, it changes the game. Dead Poet Society for me was a very powerful movie.
Never saw it.
There are a number of movies that you can watch them and they're very moving because of the message,
story?
the story, the acting, the directing, all of it.
How about the soundtrack, dude?
Well,
one of the best soundtracks of any movie, anywhere, anytime, hands down.
I'd never even heard of Quentin Tarantino when I saw this movie. You got to remember, I was like a comedy movie guy. I didn't watch movies like this.
But it was his second movie.
I know.
I mean, Reservoir Dogs. So I hadn't seen Reservoir Dogs after I saw Pulp Fiction. I then went back and watched it.
Right, yeah, of course. It's legend.
Yeah. No, I agree. I remember walking out of the theater thinking, after seeing it for the first time, thinking, I want to make stuff like that.
Yeah.
It was just all encompassing to me.
Yeah, I mean, it really, and I'll tell you, and to this day, I mean, there are a number of movies that are like, wow, that was amazing, like, transformative movie making. But man, that's almost always done with like CGI or some kind of special effect. I mean, this guy used none of that.
Right.
Just told a story and changed the way that you watch and expect it. It changed what I expected out of a movie.
Everybody knows when you say gimp in a box who you're talking about.
Yeah, but I mean, I couldn't believe they got away with it.
The boxing scene.
Like I'd seen R-rated movies, but back in the day, R-rated movies were like, it was boobs, it was cursing, it was, maybe some drug use or whatever. That was pretty much what made something R-rated. Or violence, because of course the Friday the 13th and the Freddy movies, the horror movies were all violent, so you knew they were going to be rated R, but there still had to be an aspect of nudity in there to do it. I'd never seen anything that was rated R and used this kind of movie making to make it rated R. I mean, it was incredible. I've never seen anything like it.
Still haven't.
No.
I can't think of a movie that even comes close to.
It just changed the way I look at filmmaking and storytelling. I mean, it was so good. You didn't even know, it was so raw. It almost seemed like a real story. Like you were watching and after about maybe 20 minutes, you're like, man, am I just a fly on the wall here?
Yeah.
It felt like I was like in the rooms when all this stuff was going down.
A texter points out Fight Club as being cool too. Yeah, there's an edge to it. There's a kind of a like with Pulp Fiction, you kind of have to you're working to put the pieces together because it's not time sequential,
It's
right?
not.
It's out of order time-wise.
A couple stories happening in there, too. You know, a few stories happening.
Absolutely. So
Right.
it's like you're still putting the pieces together, and it's like, and then when you think about it, like, okay, timeline-wise, the movie ended here, but that's not the way the story went. It's just
It's magnificent.
So well done. Yeah.
It is. And, you know, the reason I said that the box office was a little scary this week, of course, Halloween, which is weird because as a rule, they will release the horror movies at the beginning of the month, usually not in the middle of the month because that's kind of almost lost the season on them, right? That's why when you go to the big box stores now, the Christmas stuff is already out. The Halloween stuff has been gone, long packed up, even though Halloween's still 2 weeks away because that season is you've already spent the money, right?
Right.
You're moving on. Well, Terrifier 3 was the number one movie in the nation, right at $18 million. And do you know anything about the Terrifier series?
No, I'm about to go look.
It's got this guy, I think it's Jack the Clown or something in the Clown or whatever it is.
I didn't even know about it. I heard about it today, and it's the third one, apparently, right?
So the reason why why it's so surprising that Terrifier 3 is the number one movie in the box office, like this Terrifier series have been considered some of the most outlandish, gratuitously gross and grotesque horror, gore, movies of all time. And for it to make a major screen release and then do well is sketchy AF because when you go back to these are the movies. Terrifier 1 is the movie that you get dare to watch.
Really?
Yeah, because this clown thing, for one thing, is a horrifying looking bad guy.
Yeah, he is. I just looked at his photo.
And it's just this indiscriminate, 1970s horror slasher killer movies. And it is it's really culty, almost pulpy, these movies. And to think that even one of them could have come near a wide release is kind of crazy, to be honest with you. And then make that kind of money.
Well, it did make $18.3 million, but maybe that's just because all the crazy people who weren't cleaning up from hurricanes decided to go check it out.
Yeah, but $18 million for a release for a movie that, these are super low budget horror movies.
Yeah.
Really late Saturday night, Sunday morning kind of thing. So 407-916, and they're supposed to be absolutely revolting. For the gore and stuff.
They can keep it.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Your 6 o'clock keyword is grand, GRAND. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. Back with our buddy Ray Trindley from TK Law next.
Real Radio is on X at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
From the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center. Shop the best quality jewelry and lowest price. GoldsmithJewelry.com.
Looking at delays on I-4 this afternoon, east and westbound as you travel by the major attractions exits today. Still seeing delays from the earlier crash northbound on the Greenway that is still blocking the left lane between Florida's Turnpike and Landstar Boulevard. If you happen to see any other traffic problems today, just make sure you're calling the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Rasmussen University.
At Rasmussen University, we offer a full suite of nursing programs from pre-licensure to doctoral, online and on campus. Programs vary by campus. Learn more at rasmussen.edu/Florida.
First when my power came back on, we thought we were going to have a little air conditioning issue. But, I told my wife, well, no problem. Power I can't help with. AC I can't help with because it was my AC, and that was the issue. I have Mills Air ready to go. Leon and his team over there have been doing it for 30-plus years. And by doing it, I mean just providing you with incredible service, with integrity, and with fair pricing, and with fine, nice people doing the work. Their techs, man, they're the nicest, most awesome people. They explain everything that's going on. They let you know exactly what you need to look out for. And, of course, they know these systems inside and out. You don't even have to know what kind of AC you have. They can repair it. But even better, if you do need a unit, these guys are Carrier Factory authorized dealers. And that, my friend, can get you up to $1,275 in rebates towards a brand new Carrier unit. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier and always turn to family-owned and operated Mills Air. Call these guys today and schedule that very important appointment. It's 407-277-1159. Online, it's easy. It's millsair.com.
Sponsored by the Nickley Group with Keller Williams Realty. Get a guaranteed cash offer on your home at thenickley.com.
So you want to be my client. You think you deserve fair compensation for your injuries. Well, you got to call me. Can't just keep listening forever. Injured on the go? Just call Mo. Mo DeWitt, Orlando attorney.
In today's real estate market, with all the new regulations, you need an agent you can trust, someone who's going to look out for your best interests. Work with an agent that works for you. Whether you're selling or buying, EliteAgents.house connects you with top-tier agents, and they have the experience to get you the best deal. Not someone who does this part-time. Their free service matches you with agents known for trustworthiness, achievement, and results. With years of experience, the agents ensure a stress-free and enjoyable process. Find an agent that works for you. Visit EliteAgents.house today.
We all think about buying a house instead of renting, right? But did you ever realize you're renting your electricity every single month? Yep, overpaying the power company and watching prices rise every year. This year alone, prices have jumped over 10%. Isn't it time you own your own power with Solar Source? I started with my pool heater going solar, and now I'm thrilled with Solar Source's pay-as-you-go system, where I can save each month starting at only $99. Now, Solar Source isn't new to this game. They've been in business for nearly 40 years with the same phone number since 1984 and over 60,000 installations right here in Central Florida. They are the company I trust. Are you ready to stop renting your electricity? Switch to Solar Source today and start owning your own power. Switch to Solar Source today by going to solarsource.com/monster. Honestly, going Solar Source has been the best thing we've done all year. I absolutely love the company, and you save more money when you tell them you know Russ Rollins. That's solarsource.com/monsters.
I'm Olivia. When I was injured in a car crash, I knew from listening to the station who I needed to call. I called attorney Glenn Klossman. I knew I had a super lawyer on my side. I was extremely happy with the results. I'm Olivia, and I highly recommend attorney Glenn Klossman, Office Winter Park.
What's the best place to reach new customers for your business? Wherever they are. And that's exactly where you can be with iHeartMedia. We talk to our listeners everywhere, from the car to the gym to the kitchen. Your next customer is listening. And not only can we get your message to your audience, we can also show you how it's working in real time. That goes for broad brand messaging and targeted hyperlocal influencer campaigns alike. Start growing your business today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
Orlando City's back at home for their final regular season match as your Lions take on Atlanta on Saturday, October 19th at 6 p.m., presented by Publix. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com or tune in on Real Radio 104.1 and watch on any device on the Apple TV app. Don't forget to tune in an hour before the match at 5 p.m. to catch Kickoff Minus 60, airing exclusively on the Lion Nation app.
Seminole Hard Rock Tampa is excited to bring you live craps, roulette, and sports betting. All under one roof, hotter than the Florida sun. Feel the luck of the dice, watch the roulette wheel spin, and scream for your touchdown as the big screen comes alive. Dine like a rock star, sip cocktails that shimmer, then dive into the heart of Las Vegas right here in Tampa Bay. Live craps, roulette, sports betting is here. Get in on the action now. Only at Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Tampa, located off of I-4 near I-75. Gambling problem? Call 1-888-10-MINUTE.
Attention. If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 689-305-2853. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 689-305-2853. That's 689-305-2853.
For over 40 years, Solar Source has stood by Orlando and Tampa. We've weathered storms together. Our emergency service department is here, ready to help you rebuild. Call 1-800-329-1301 or visit solarsource.com. Explore battery backup systems to protect your family. Don't wait. Call Solar Source at 1-800-329-1301 or visit solarsource.com. Solar Source, we're with you every step of the way.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. And we're Anajar and Levine. Experience the Anajar and Levine difference by calling us with any of your legal needs. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life.
In Office Orlando.
A1Garage.com. A1 from day one.
Real Radio 104.1.
The Jim Colbert Show, streaming live on YouTube. Watch us talk.
Good afternoon, Morning Colbert crew. All right, while you were talking about Pulp Fiction and you were saying how some movies are just transformative within the culture of movies, I thought you were about to say Transformers. And if you had, I would have driven my ass all the way out to Maitland and smacked you back to Milton.
No.
Big T out.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate that.
Jimmy, I really appreciate the effort of trying to speak Chinese, but you've never even met my sister.
What?
Hey guys, so just about 2 weeks ago, my wife and I came back from Japan and the Philippines, and yeah, we've got a lot wrong with our society. Those guys have it right. There's so much respect to go around, and the money goes a long, long way.
Oddly enough, at that same table, there was a woman from the Philippines.
Oh, really?
Yeah. She was the husband of the guy who runs that particular office for my wife over there, and she was absolutely gorgeous and absolutely as pleasant. And she said the same thing. She says Philippines is a wonderful country. Parts of it are, obviously poverty-stricken, but the people there are wonderful. And they said, they both told me, everybody there, even the people from China, the people from the Philippines, and this guy, Jason, who is a world traveler, he's been everywhere. They said there's one place that's absolutely mandatory in Asia. If you're going as an American, this should be your very first stop. This should be the pool in which you dip your toe into the Asian culture. What country do you think it is?
I was going to guess Hong Kong.
No.
But,
South Korea?
No.
Taiwan. Oh, no, actually.
No. Vietnam.
Really?
Without question. Everybody, even the 4 people there from China, the woman from the Philippines, the guy who travels everywhere, says, if you're going to dip your toe into traveling into Asia, start with Vietnam. It's amazing. The food, the people, everything about it. It's safe. Your money just goes forever, and it is an absolute blast. That's what they all said. Vietnam. All right, welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show here on Real Radio 104.1. I am Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Jack is here as well.
I am.
You guys give it up good and loud for everybody. Ray Trindley from CK.
I'm just wondering when we're all going to Vietnam.
Yeah. How
That's
about
what I
that?
heard.
The good food is what I've heard.
I mean,
I love Vietnamese food.
We're working on a trip to the Buccaneers game first.
yeah, the Bucks game first. The old Bucks bus.
Next year, maybe a bus to Vietnam.
Tampa, Vietnam, it's all the same. you know.
Right now it is.
I mean, that's probably not wrong.
Rolling power, lots of water.
Does the stadium have power?
It will by Monday night.
Trust me. It's going to have power. All right.
Monday night is their next game. They play the Ravens, and then the following Sunday, we're going to see the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah, I think they're fine over there. I think coastally and down by the bay, they're no good, but I think maybe that far in, they'd be all right.
Yeah, they keep
I don't know
showing the
Raymond
Trop.
James. Yeah, they always show the Trop. And,
the Trop's over there.
How far away?
Yeah. Raymond James is pretty good inland. I don't think we have.
It's inland, and it's right across the street from Steinbrenner Field. Go Yankees!
Yeah, go Yankees. All right. How you been, by the way, buddy?
I'm doing okay now. This
Okay.
week's much better than last week was.
Last week was a terrible week.
Sucked.
Yeah.
It was one of the longest weeks, and the only way I can tell you how long it was is, we did all that broadcasting overnight and stuff. Thursday last week before the show was starting, and the intro music was playing.
Like 5 minutes or 5 seconds
5
before
seconds,
the show.
and I went into my talkback and asked Jack what day it was. And that's a true story. So then I would say it's a Thursday edition of the Jim Colbert Show. I had to be reminded what day it was.
Because it probably felt like a Monday. Like it probably felt like you worked a whole week in those 3 days.
I thought it was Friday.
Yeah.
I really did. I
makes
thought it was
sense, too.
Friday. But so you guys made it through safe? Everything fine over there in the house?
Yeah, I mean everything worked out, but I was supposed to be at a lawyer conference last week, so I not supposed to be. I actually flew out. So Saturday morning, I fly out, early morning flight, and the 2 a.m. advisory update was like a 40% chance of a tropical depression forming. And so
This is the Saturday of the week before.
Yeah, this is last Saturday. And so my wife is like, are we going to go on this trip? I'm like, listen, 40% chance of a tropical depression. It's going to be fine. You know, I do my husband thing where I try to calm her down. By the time we land, they're saying it's like a 60% chance of a 1 or 2. And I'm like, well, you know, 1 or 2, still not that bad. The entire Florida, you know, West Coast is in the cone. So like,
you go to dinner, come back, it's a cat 8.
Right. The probability of it being bad, you know, is pretty minimal. And then so we go to bed Saturday, Sunday. We're putzing around Austin, Texas.
Oh no!
And you know, it's now it's a category 3.
You know, just enjoying yourself while the wife is home with 3 kids. No biggie.
No, my wife was with me.
Oh.
My kids were with my mother.
Oh goodness.
And so you know, that added. So my wife was like, all right, listen, like we had plans to like do certain things, like, you know, when I wasn't in my conference, we were going to go to certain restaurants and certain things. Lots of like. I had like 15 places I wanted to go to in Austin, Texas. And so, you know, we're she's like, I got to fly back. So call Delta, get her flight changed. Delta was great over the phone.
That's awesome. I was about to say that had to be fun and expensive.
But in person, they were mean as hell.
Well, no, they bumped her up to first class.
Wow.
They were like really gracious because we like explained like, hey,
that must have taken a lot of threats.
My mother-in-law, you know, I was like, listen, I'm here for a lawyer conference, and they immediately just started like giving me stuff.
Of course, magic words.
And so they got her bumped. She flew out Monday morning first thing. I had a hard time getting a flight back on Tuesday.
Yeah, because they were getting ready to shut a lot of the airports down.
And so my wife, because of, I guess, the weather that was here in Florida on Monday, spent 8 hours at the airport.
Oh, my God almighty.
And so, you know, she's thinking she's not going to get back. I'm already concerned that I'm not going to get back. So I get back Tuesday afternoon, pick up my kids, then start making like hurricane preparations.
That's a fine time to start the day before.
Yeah, absolutely. And at this point, you know, like Monday night, it's a category 5, 180 mile per hour winds.
Right, yeah.
I'm like,
you're filling out your will.
I'm screenshotting things to them. Like, I was in Miami during Hurricane Andrew, and so in my mind, this was looking a lot like a Hurricane Andrew type storm. Obviously, building codes are a little bit different now, but that's what I was thinking. So I'm like screenshotting them. I'm like, this is history here. Like,
right.
This is gonna be a 185 mile per hour hurricane that's gonna hit the West Coast and just decimate things. And so my in-laws live in Tampa. I'm trying to get them to leave. I'm trying to get my sister-in-law to leave because they're all, you know, transplants from Arizona. And I'm like, you guys don't
understand.
You don't understand. Like, I remember, because, again, Hurricane Andrew was supposed to hit West Palm Beach.
Right.
And so we lived in North Broward. We went to my aunt's house in Miami to get away from the storm.
Oh.
And then Hurricane Andrew hit Homestead and, you know, all the destruction there. So
erased it.
I remember that. Like, I remember sitting in the closet, you know, I don't remember what board game I was playing, but I was playing some board game with my cousin and riding out Hurricane Andrew, and then getting out and just watching, you know, the devastation everywhere. So like that was in my mind. So I get back and, you know, my wife is, you know, trying to do everything she can to get the house ready. And I feel terrible because I've now missed a whole day of all of the hurricane prep. And so we actually left town for the actual hurricane and came back to town. Well, I came back to town the next day just to see
do a check, a little recon.
Yeah. And so, you know, fortunately, knock on wood, no major damage, you know, tree limbs, branches, a lot of yard cleanup, a lot of
that's good.
Spanish moss everywhere, which is like all things considered not that bad.
No.
And you know, like a pot or pan, you know, pot.
Nothing big, man.
Yeah,
no structural stuff, no leaks in the roof, all that.
Yeah,
Good.
all that stuff was good.
Yeah, nothing you have to make a claim on. That's all you want.
Yes.
You here's what you want.
Yeah.
Here's what you want. This is exactly what I said before this again. I said, look, if it's damaged, make it giant.
Yeah.
If it's damaged, make it big.
Yeah.
I don't want to have to pay that
hurricane deductible.
Yeah, I don't have to pay that deductible, and then for my blinds.
Yeah,
or
you're
for
right.
2 windows or whatever. I don't want it to be half of it or 3/4 of the. I want it to be the full ride.
I would say at that point you don't even call your insurance company. You just go ahead and pay for it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I need something catastrophic to be able to make a claim from. Ray Trentley with us, firmforlife.com. That's TK Law. Offices up in Altamont Springs. So, Ray, I do have a bit of a situation created by the hurricane.
All right.
And I do not know what the answer is, and I did not look it up because I wanted to ask you specifically. Now, I did bring this up at the beginning of the program. A number of these knuckleheads offered some of their advice on the texting service, which sometimes I take. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm a knucklehead as well. But in my backyard, I did have 2 relatively large oak trees fall, and they fell into my neighbor's yard. Now, my neighbor's yard is actually farther away because this lot is just an empty lot that he owns that's fully treed the whole 9 yards. It's just cleared and he has nothing there. He just owns the property. So there's not even a shed on it. It's just empty land. The tree fell across a fence that is our property line. So one of these trees, and both of them, the majority of the tree is on his property.
Right.
All right. The trunk up about 10 feet on one, and then the trunk about maybe 6 feet of the other is on my property. All right. So my thing is this. I need to know, like, the responsibility for this. Somebody on the texting service said because it fell on his property and because it's an act of God that it's his problem to clean up with. Is that true?
Yes. So this is actually a really interesting little area of the property law that most people don't know. But, you're responsible for the portion of the tree that if you draw like an invisible wall, right, like wherever that property line is, you draw an invisible wall, whatever portion of that tree is on your land, that's what you're responsible for. Whatever part hangs over his property, he's responsible for. So as far as like tree trimmings and things like that go, just logically look at it this way. The law wouldn't expect you to go trespass on his land to go trim your tree branches that are on his side of the property, right? We don't want that.
Right.
So that's kind of the creation here. And then similarly, though, is if there's any damage or anything else, these tree limbs fall down, who is responsible for cleaning it up? Well, the part that's on his land is his responsibility. The part that's on your land is your responsibility. So you could say, like, hey, listen, I got 6 feet on my end. You take your chainsaw, cut it down 6 feet, you take care of that side. The remaining 25 feet, that's his problem. And that's the way the law would work on that.
That seems so. I have to tell you, that's very good news. For me, for a property owner, it seems kind of crappy. I'm going to be honest with you. It doesn't make me feel better that that's the case, even though it's going to, it is way less work for me because the majority of the tree is on this guy's property, both of them, and they're big.
Yeah.
It does not make me feel better. That's the case. I find that a little odd. Now, let me ask you this. What about an adjoining fence? Now, because here's the thing. Back in my old yard, when I lived next to Code Black, I had a vinyl fence company, and they built me this vinyl fence, and it was beautiful. Now, of course, 2 sides of that vinyl fence got to be enjoyed by my neighbor on one side, my neighbor on the other. And since I paid for the fence, but they get the benefit of using the fence, it does provide us both the same service. And I did not put it up in front of his wooden fence because I think that's against the law. I'm not 100 on that, but I heard that you can't put a fence up against a fence.
Yeah, you can as long as it's on opposite sides of the property line, you're fine.
Yeah. I just heard they didn't like that because it creates areas for for animals, rats, and stuff to kind of find harbor and cause a problem.
That could be a city ordinance issue.
Yeah. But if like, is that the same thing? Like if his tree fell on my property and busted the fence up, would he be responsible for the fence, and then I would be responsible for the part of the tree that's on my yard?
So we're talking about destruction of property, right?
Right.
And so we don't generally require somebody to be responsible for an act of God when it damages property like that, right? That is not generally what's contemplated by the law. So if you're driving your car negligently and you're speeding or whatever, and you hit somebody's mailbox, well, you're going to be responsible for that because you were negligent, right? But this is something that was outside of your control or his control. Now, again, if we assume that the tree's half dead and we knew that was half dead, and there's an arborist that says it's half dead, and then you don't do anything about it, then it falls over. Again, we're talking about a little bit of a different scenario.
But wouldn't you still have to be warned for that, though? I mean, wouldn't there have to be some kind of precedent, kind of precedent set that tree is a liability?
Yeah, you have to have knowledge. Like, that's the key. Is that kind of intentional action or inaction that you knew about the problem and you didn't solve it.
How about the act of God that really has nothing to do with it? Let's say my next door neighbor, and let's say I live in a house and I've got a giant plate glass window in front of my kitchen, whatever. And my neighbor, even though the hurricane was coming, he knew in advance to secure things, did not secure a trash can. The lid blows off, goes right through my plate glass window. Act of God.
Sure.
But he had the ability to stop that from happening because everybody had been told beforehand to secure your things in your yard. Wind picks it up, sends it through my window. And even though it's not his fault per se, he did have the information that things could become,
Yeah, and that becomes like not that this is the legal standard, so don't take it that, but it becomes like a probability issue, right? So, a tree hanging over a fence and we know the tree's dying, there's a relatively high probability that the winds are going to come below that tree and it's going to fall and collapse on that fence, right? Separate that from there's probably 1,000,001 possibilities for where your trash can lid is going to go when it flies up in a storm. Is there a possibility it causes damage? And is that so reckless that the court would impose liability? It's possible, but I think that because of how random that could be where that trash can lid falls, it would be probably difficult to impose some kind of liability there.
That's wild to me considering the nuisance thing. That is so wild to me considering that. Like, they're so liberal with the nuisance law, but yet with this, it's not the case. In other words, I can't put a trampoline in my backyard and not have a double lock gate. Somebody gets injured on it, I'm in trouble because the fence isn't high enough that the kid can't look over and see there's a trampoline.
Well,
I'm liable for that, but yet somebody
that's an attractive nuisance.
Yeah, an attractive nuisance. That's what. But what I'm saying is,
that's so sweet.
In the sense of that, though, I mean, so you're told 1,000 times to secure these things in your yard. You choose not to do that because you just don't feel like it. That stuff gets picked up, sent across there. What if it hits one of my kids or hits me and injures me? And they knew in advance that could happen. There's no liability there whatsoever.
Well, I didn't say there's no liability. It just says that's that probability factor that makes it more tenuous of an argument. Listen. If your damages are $100,000 because you got hit with that trash can lid and you're out of work and you've got serious medical injuries, you probably filed that lawsuit even though the liability is, sketchy a little bit as far as, high probability of success.
Right.
Because there's still probably some likelihood that the homeowner's insurance is going to probably cover those damages just because of the extent of your injuries.
Yeah. And can you raise my insurance after that? Like if I make a claim based on something that's an act of God, they can't raise your insurance rates or cancel your policy?
Generally, they're only going to be adjusting your rates and things like that or increasing your rates if you've done something wrong. Like that's usually the key factor there is, you've done something, whether you were negligent or you violated your contract with them, that's when they come back and increase your rates.
Or they just find another
conceptually,
excuse.
right?
Exactly.
Or they say Florida's been hit by a bunch of hurricanes lately, and because you lived there, that's your fault. And
Because, I was just thinking while you were saying that, well, what if I didn't secure it and it hit something in my house and caused the injury or caused the damage? Now, could the insurance company say, well, look, man, there were broadcast after broadcast after broadcast. Matter of fact, your own radio show was telling people that you should secure this stuff, and you didn't, and the storm, threw it through your window. We know this. We've had plenty of storms. I could show you hour after hour after hour of video footage of stuff being picked up by even minor winds. Not even hurricane winds, and throwing it through your window. So why didn't you do this? We're not covering you. You're a dummy.
I told you not to spray paint JCS all over your trash can lids because it'll be clear in the evidence whose trash can lid that was.
It seems a little bit hypocritical, buddy. I got to tell you, this is a little sketchy, this part of the law.
Listen, anytime you're dealing with insurance companies and liability, there's always these kind of oddball arguments that are based in the law that conceptually are there to make people whole when they've been wronged. But there's always those little permeations that make it feel a little sketchy.
Yeah, let me ask you: Do divorce rates go up during storms like this? Because Deb said she heard a massive argument going on down the road when the power went out and everything. She heard them people getting at it.
Oh yeah.
It's funny you say that. I mean, it's not funny. This is not funny at all. I don't mean that, but I think they were joking at least. One of my neighbors came out and said, "Hey, if it sounds like there's domestic violence happening, we're just goofing around."
I'd never believe that.
Oh man, that's sketch.
And I think of them as like a happily married couple. So I I kind of laughed it off, but now that you say that, maybe I shouldn't.
Would you mind
have.
if I talk to your wife in private? Sir?
Exactly.
Well, and if anything, I feel like she probably wears the pants and she probably beats him up. But you know, and not that makes it okay or not.
No, it doesn't.
But he's the one. He's the one who said it to me, and I don't want to tell you guys where my mind really went at first, because I was like, oh, they're goofing around, you know.
Right.
People have their windows open and noises are heard that aren't normally heard.
Yeah.
Isn't that interesting?
And so that's where my mind immediately went. And then now that you mentioned that, now I'm thinking maybe that's not as
Look, man, when
much of a joke as I
you're
thought
out
it
of
was.
power for like 6-7 days, things get testy. We've heard that a lot. You know, things get a little testy. You start to get a little, you know, no power. You're living out of a cooler. You know, you're not used to that.
For me, it's the immediate part beforehand, right? So it's, you know, the storm prep. You gotta get the cooler full of ice ready to go, and you gotta do all those things. Gotta make sure the generators got gas and oil, and
take down all your Halloween decorations.
And that's where I become kind of a pain in the butt, if you ask my wife, because I like, you know, things to be done the right way, and I'm almost inevitably always going to get hurt somehow. Like I'll drop something on my toe, or I'll hit myself with a hammer or something.
Same here too.
And then so that just puts you in a really bad mood. But during the storm, after the storm, yeah, it's easy.
Yeah, the minute that power came on, super happy. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Don't forget your 6 o'clock keyword is grand, G-R-A-N-D. You got a few minutes to get over to realradio.fm. Send that away for your chance at $1,000. We'll take a little break. Back in a sec. We'll get out of here with Ray Trenley.
Coming up tonight on Real Radio at 7, it's a corporate time with Tom and Dan. Brought to you by MyEternalVitality.com and Modern Plumbing Industries. At 9 p.m., it's Real Laughs with comedians James McGill and Ken. And Real Music starts tonight at 10 on Real Radio 104.1.
From the Cool Today Weather Center, cooltoday.com.
I'm Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner with your Fox 35 Central Florida forecast. In the Orlando region today, we're going to top out around 87 degrees, mostly sunny skies. Kind of a warm afternoon, but not as humid as it's been in recent weeks, obviously, with all that tropical air around. Tomorrow, highs pushing 90, but there will be a 30% chance for isolated gusty thunderstorms. That'll usher in some much cooler weather for the end of this week. In fact, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, upper 70s to around 80, with lows at night in the low 60s.
This report is sponsored by Early Learning Coalition of Seminole. Every child learns in their own way, and the ELC of Seminole is passionate about sparking meaningful connections. Their school readiness programs support income-eligible families by offering scholarships to programs that foster early learning and development. Get started today at sparkyoungminds.com.
Deep in the back of your mind, you've always had the feeling that there's something strange about reality. There is. Stuff to Blow Your Mind, an iHeart podcast that dives deep into the mysteries of the universe. With more than 2,500 episodes ready to listen, Stuff to Blow Your Mind will guide you through the strange, the bizarre, and the mind-blowing. Listen to Stuff to Blow Your Mind on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Stuff to Blow Your Mind to start listening.
This is trial attorney Jeff Kaufman from the injury law firm of Kaufman & Lind. When people ask me what I do for a living, I don't even blink. I'm an accident attorney. For those who've never been in an accident, that carries a negative connotation. For those who have, they understand. They need an attorney to fight a billion-dollar insurance company, to make sure their bills are paid and that their future is protected. I'm very proud of what I do, and I take it very serious. If that works for you, contact me at whenyouneedus.com or dial 407-500-JEFF. That's 407-500-5333. Offices, Orlando.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
Attention. If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 689-305-2853. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 689-305-2853. That's 689-305-2853.
Is it a cold, allergies, or could it be a sinus issue? Aspire Allergy and Sinus can help you find out. A recent study has shown that 45% of patients who suffer from allergies also suffer from chronic sinus issues that are often left untreated. So ditch those nasal sprays and over-the-counter meds for good and find a solution that actually works. The specialists at Aspire Allergy and Sinus make it easy by identifying the problem and creating a custom plan to tackle it. Go to AspireAllergy.com to schedule your appointment. That's AspireAllergy.com.
Mr. World here, about to take the plunge on the world's fastest roller coaster. I hope it's as fast as the in-store labs at Eyeglass World. When you drop in there, they make your glasses the same day. You should give it a whirl. Just remember to keep your hands and feet inside the Eyeglass World at all times.
Get 2 pairs of glasses for $89. Fast at Eyeglass World, the world's best way to buy glasses. Visit eyeglassworld.com to schedule your exam online and for offer details.
So this new dose is, nope, that's not it. The price is nowhere to be found.
Mr. Green? Hi, it's all good. We've got this.
This is not just help from a Walgreens pharmacist.
Oh, new prescriptions. Cool. Let me check to see if these are the lowest cost options covered by your Medicare plan.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
This is someone supporting you every step of the way. Chat with a pharmacist today to find help saving. This is the human kind of help. Walgreens.
Jim Colbert here for FAS Windows and Doors. Are your energy costs through the roof? Well, it's time to replace your single-pane aluminum windows with the most energy-efficient option available. Keep the heat outside during the summer and inside during the winter. Too much outside noise getting in? Considering replacing older windows and doors with laminated insulated glass, providing as much as 100% improvement. Keep that noise outside where it belongs. Offering rebates of $100 per window and $200 per door. Also offering 24-month, no money down, no payment, no interest financing. For a completely free in-home consultation, call FAS or visit them online. Trust the leader, FAS.com.
Look ahead with the team at TK Law to plan your family's future. Visit onefirmforlife.com.
Stay tuned to the Jim Colbert Show as we demonstrate our attitude of gratitude. Our thank you segment is sponsored by Life Imaging FLA. Now open. Call pound 250 keyword heart scan. You're listening to the Jim Colbert Show, also available to watch. Yeah. At the Jim Colbert Show on YouTube.
Soul Man here.
All right.
I've also been told to never use the word flood. Like if you have water damage in there as a result of the hurricane, that you shouldn't say you have flood damage because of the hurricane. You should never, ever use the word flood. You should tell them that you have water damage as a result of the hurricane.
Right.
Otherwise, they're going to file it under flood insurance and most likely deny it as opposed to.
That is a great tip, my buddy.
Yeah,
boy,
thank
that's
you.
such great advice.
That is. You could easily make that mistake.
Yeah. I made that mistake one time, and I had a little fender bender, and I called my insurance company for advice, and that was it. That's all they needed to hear. They heard the word accident and my name, and I didn't even file a claim, and they hit me. Like, it was unbelievable because they were like, well, you told us.
Right.
I'm like, you sons of bitches.
They got you reported at that point.
I'm not telling you anything anymore. Nothing ever in my life am I telling you bastards. All right, 407-916-1041. Welcome back. I'm Jim. Deb and Jack are here along with our friend Ray Trinley. OneFirmForLife.com, TK Law. Offices right there in Altamont Springs. A number of legal disciplines are handled there. What are you guys doing a lot of right now as you go into the holidays? What's the thing you handle the most?
I'm going to be in court a lot for the next 45 days. I mean, I've been in court a lot for the last 30 days, but I've got a couple more trials between now and November 15th, and then we have one the first week of December. So
heavy duty stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I'll probably spend 2 weeks in trial over the next month and a half.
Wow, that's got to be so stressful, man. It's just got to be so stressful. Wondering, because I mean, you're somebody's waiting for you to make a mistake to capitalize on, and vice versa, right?
I don't make mistakes. But,
I got you.
It's stressful for the clients because their whole life is in shambles. They're leaving this decision up to a judge or a jury, and there's no guarantees. There's nothing that you can predict about what that outcome is going to look like.
Are these property cases or divorce cases or?
All three of the trials I have are family law cases that are coming up. Yeah. So that makes it tough. Yeah.
Heartbreaking stuff too, right? Because greed starts entering those situations. These people could have known each other their entire lives, loved each other their entire lives, but you throw $100K at the problem, and next thing you know, everybody hates each other.
Well, and one of these cases is difficult because you can't really predict why somebody's making these decisions, right? Like, so greed's an easy one, right? Like, okay, I know if you're being greedy, you just want more money. But sometimes people make off-the-wall decisions that don't necessarily end up with more money in their pocket, and you're like, okay, what's this person's true motive? Is it greed, or is it something like anger, right? I just want to punish you, and so it makes it tough.
Yeah, man. I don't think I could do it. I couldn't hold my tongue that long, I don't think. All right, 407-916-1041. Let's do You Heard It Here first.
It's time for You Heard It Here first on the Jim Colbert Show.
A North Carolina man is facing charges for allegedly threatening FEMA workers. The Rutherford County Sheriff's Office said 44-year-old William Parsons was arrested and charged with, quote, going armed to the terror of the public, end quote. On Saturday, the Sheriff's Office investigated reports about a male with an assault rifle making a comment about possibly harming FEMA employees. The announcement of the arrest comes after FEMA said it was temporarily pausing aid in parts of North Carolina for Hurricane Helene recovery after threats to emergency personnel. Ashe County Sheriff Phil Howell said that FEMA's personnel in the mountain region were receiving threats, which led to the agency taking precautionary steps.
So that guy's life has changed forever.
Forever.
Because that guy listened to somebody who was lying to him.
Yeah.
That guy's life now has changed forever.
Yep.
Because of stupidity and because he's been told lies. It's so unbelievable.
He believed him.
So unbelievable.
It's a really sad state of affairs.
It is a really sad state of affairs because the information is out there to let you know that FEMA's not saving or taking money from anywhere else. There's no policy that's doing that. These are government policies that laws are passed to fund these things.
Yeah.
It's so unbelievable that you could believe it, and the information is right there.
In local news, a trial date has been set for the man accused of killing 13-year-old Madeline or Maddie Soto. Stephen Stearns, who's 38, was arrested on February 28th on unrelated charges regarding sexual battery and child sex abuse material found on his phone after authorities were investigating the disappearance of the Osceola County teenager.
Whoops.
He was later charged with first-degree murder in connection with her death. Now, according to court documents, the trial will begin on September 22nd at 9 a.m. in an Osceola County courtroom.
Should be a quick one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Very quick, just like I hope his execution is.
Yeah.
And then finally, for any parents out there with babies, pay attention. Fisher-Price is recalling 2.1 million of its Snug-A-Swings due to suffocation risk. The company and the Consumer Product Safety Commission have issued a joint statement saying 5 babies,
oh my God,
from 1 month old to 3 months old have died while sleeping in the swings between 2012 and 2022.
It took them that long, huh?
Snug-A-Swings were sold for $160. So these are not cheap swings by Toys R Us, Walmart and Sam's Club, Target, and through Amazon through January of this year. So the CPSC says the headrest and body support insert on the seat pad can increase the risk of suffocation. So the remedies being offered are repairing the swing and offering a $25 refund to customers who destroy and remove the headrest and insert.
Read the room, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Read the room, guys.
And you know what's so problematic with these things is a lot of times rather than throw them out or get the refund, people will just donate them.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then you have to be careful
That's
when
right.
you go and get anything from a thrift store
Right.
for a child because you don't know if it's been recalled. But regardless, you heard it here first on the Jim Colbert Show.
Thank you, Deb. Appreciate that. Jack? Or excuse me, who do we have to thank today, Deb?
Well, we want to thank the first and foremost, the friendliest attorney, Ray Trendley, TK Law, OneFirmForLife.com.
We keep saying that.
What? That he's the
That he's so friendly. We keep saying
he's
that.
friendly.
Isn't he?
Somebody from P-Town actually said, "Hey, are you friendly Ray Trendley?" I was like, "I am." he was a
From
listener.
Palatka?
He was a listener from Palatka.
Right,
Yeah.
very good.
I am. See how friendly he is?
I like that. High five him next time.
Speaking of friendly, we also want to thank Brandon Kravitz from our sister station, 96.9 The Game.
Now that guy's sweet.
And then last but never least, Sam Bowen and Candace Rich for running our YouTube chat.
Yeah, thanks, Az. We appreciate that. Jack, question of the day?
Yes. Are you glad that Jimmy got his power
You
back
son
on?
of a bitch. Nobody is, Jack. They all hate my guts. I'll go 20% say yes.
99%.
Hey!
Said
Love me,
no.
Jack. No, you might.
No. Everyone's happy.
All right, very good. All right, tomorrow, what'd you do that's new? Let's see. We'll talk to Scott Brown. It's only money.
Don't forget, you got to do your What'd You Do That's New tonight, Jimmy, unless you've got Netflix on your computer.
No, I don't have Netflix, but I do have Netflix. I'm not a big Netflix fan. I know a couple guys that are gigantic Netflix fans. I'm not one of those, though, so I'll check out Netflix.
Of all the verbal gaps.
We'll do it then. Also,
The Terror, episode 1, season 1, episode 1, The Terror.
The Terror, all right, very good.
Which is
also,
me saying Netflix.
Another opportunity for you to join us on the Bucks Bus coming up on the 27th to go see the Falcons play. That's a great thing.
Yeah.
Jack, there's a lot of buzz going on about it already. We just announced it today.
Yep.
Can't wait to have you guys on there. Can't wait to go out and have some fun, so we'll do that for sure. Ray, always good seeing you, boss.
I appreciate you guys.
Have a good week in court.
Thank you.
Again, that's onefirmforlife.com. TK Law. The offices are right there in Altamont Springs. Everything from estate planning to family law to divorces, he can handle it all. Just give him a call there at TK Law. Thanks, buddy. Good seeing you.
I appreciate you guys.
All right, let's go. Let's get out of here.
appreciate you.
Big show coming up tomorrow. More opportunities for you and $1,000 as well. On behalf of Deb and Jack and Ray, I am Jim. We follow the New Shunky. They follow the Monsters in the Morning. After us, it's Tom and Dan with the Corporate Time and our friends from Real Laughs. We'll see you tomorrow at 3 for more of the Jim Colbert Show. Until then, have yourself a fantastic Monday evening.
See you Tuesday. Bye.
Oh, Lord. A Corporate Time with Tom and Dan is coming up next on Real Radio 104.1.